Chapter 6102. Lin Xian and the others began to roast Taotai and eat heartily. The people of Yiyan City were dumbfounded. Aren't these people too arrogant? He actually ate the Taotai. They thought that Lin Xian was just joking, but they didn't expect him to really do it. It smelled so good. In the void, the crimson dragon, the toad, and Little White smelled the fragrance and began to search. When they saw that it was Lin Xian and the others, they quickly rushed over. "Kid, what are you eating? You didn't even call me." The toad jumped over and said, "Damn, golden barbecue, give me a piece." Xiaojio was worried and said, "The Taotai clan seems to be very powerful here. Countless family powerhouses have submitted to them. Let's finish eating and leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be overwhelming powerhouses chasing after us." The crimson dragon, the toad, and the others also felt guilty. Yes, let's leave here and play in another city. In the past few days, they had gone to many families and sects and emptied their treasure vaults. Now, the great emperors of several families were looking for them all over the world. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was about to say something, but at this moment, a hurried voice came from the void. Then, a black sword shadow fell from the sky. It was so fast that no one expected it. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Lin Xian also stood up abruptly. But at this moment, the heaven-swallowing jar floated and caught the black sword shadow. "Don't be afraid. It's Lord Alcohol's devouring sword." Lin Xian felt a familiar aura and was also stunned. "Lord Jiu, aren't they in the heavenly land? Could it be that they're here?" Lin Xian quickly probed the sword energy and found that it carried a message. It turned out that Lord Jiu Lin Zhan and the others were still in the heavenly land. However, it was almost over. They would soon rush to the 9 underworlds. He asked Lin Xian to help collect some information first. For example, where were the natural treasures? Where was the mysterious place? At that time, Lin Zhan and the others could go there directly. The message also said that Lin Zhan wanted to break through and become a land immortal. As for Lord Alcohol, if he wanted to return to his peak, he would need a lot of resources. After hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He stood up and said, "Don't eat anymore. We still have important things to do." Lin Xian relayed the news. When the others heard this, they were also surprised. Is he going to break through and become a land immortal? It wouldn't be as easy as becoming a Dharch, right? In fact, it was even more difficult because it required too many resources. "Why don't we visit a few more clans?" The Crimson Dragon said, "Empty their treasury." Lin Xian shook his head. "Not enough. Far from enough. That's right, when I was collecting the Taotia soul, I found out that their clan was going to hold a gathering soon. It seemed that many clans wanted to bring offerings with them. There are many treasures and experts there. Let's go and take a look." "That's great." The Crimson Dragon was also excited. The group headed towards the Taotai clan. On the other side, the city lord of Yiyan was also hurriedly preparing. This time he had put in a lot of effort, because not only did he have to offer offerings, he also had to go and ask for forgiveness. Mount Li had died in Yiyan City, so he couldn't give the Taotai clan an explanation. Therefore, he had to hurry and ask for forgiveness. The Taotai clan had a gathering every year. Of course, this was just a nice name. To put it bluntly, it was an offering. This was because the Taotai clan was very powerful. Moreover, the Taotai clan liked to eat and needed endless food. Every time they paid tribute, the surrounding clans, sects, and experts would send treasures. They were attached to the Taotai clan. It was the same this year. The Taotai clan had already sent many people. All kinds of war chariots and spirit boats filled the sky. The city lord of Nether Cloud City had also come. This time he had brought twice as many things as he usually did. He had no choice. He was here to ask for forgiveness. When he arrived in front of the Taotai clan, he stopped and hesitated. He was wondering if he should escape now. In any case, it shouldn't be a problem to hide in the 9 Nether. If it really didn't work, he would leave the 9 Nether and go to the universe. Just as he was thinking, another war chariot came from afar. There was a group of people standing on it. When the city lord of Yin saw this, he almost fainted from fright. Wasn't this that guy? Why was he here? He had killed Mount Li, so how could he dare to come to the Taotai clan? That's right, what he saw was Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others had come to the Taotai clan, this time to pave the way for Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others. The Taotai clan liked to eat. This eating was not only for demonic beasts, humans, and martial artists. They also liked to eat heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, the Taotai clan should know very well where the treasures were. It should be in front of them. Lin Quan and the others slowly descended. When they arrived at the mountain gate, they were stopped by someone. "Do you have an invitation?" The Taotai disciple guarding the mountain gate was stunned. Which clan was this? I've never seen it before. No invitation. Lin Xian shook his head. Then I'm sorry, you can't enter. The Taotai disciple's face was full of curiosity. There were many people who wanted to give them gifts. Which one were you? Hurry up and CK off. The man shouted coldly. Otherwise I'll swallow you. He bared his fangs. The other people also came and went. These people wanted to hug their thighs. What ability did they have? If they weren't from a famous sect, they wouldn't be able to enter. Lin Xian's face darkened. For a moment, he wanted to kill his way in. However, at this moment, he was stunned because he sensed someone. He turned his head to look. City Lord Yin, right? Come here. The others also turned their heads to look. Fellow Taoist Yin, you came early enough today. The people from these clans and sects all bowed. After all, the other party was a city lord. Moreover, he was a great emperor. They didn't dare to be negligent. Even the eyes of the two Taotai disciples guarding the mountain gate lit up. City Lord Yuyun. They also went up to greet him. City Lord Yuyun sighed. Well, it seems like there's no chance to escape. He could only brace himself and walk up. When he arrived at Lin Xian's side, Lin Xian said, "We know each other." "Oh, really?" The disciple guarding the mountain gate was stunned this time. That man also looked at Emperor Yuyun. City Lord Yuyun's expression was ugly. To be honest, he really didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Xian. However, at this time, a voice sounded in his mind. "You'd better take me in. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with a sword. Do you know what happened to Mount Li? Do you understand?" Emperor Yuyun hurriedly nodded. He could only say, "That's right. This young master is an honored guest of our Yuyun city." "Then let's go in." Only then did the disciple guarding the mountain let them go. The group walked in. The others were also discussing, spiritedly, who were these young people. They were actually honored guests of Yuyun city. It seemed that Emperor Yuyun was very afraid of him. The man guarding the mountain gate also snorted coldly. What kind of luck did he have? He actually had a great emperor as his backer. Lin Xian naturally heard these words as well, especially this man guarding the mountain. He even dared to tell him to scram before. Even a great emperor didn't dare to be rude to him, let alone a small mountain guard disciple. Whoosh! When Lin Xian's figure disappeared into the distance, he opened his rinnegan. The 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped the other party's soul. The disciple guarding the mountain in front was still checking the invitation. Suddenly, the mountain guard's body swayed and he fell down with a plop. His soul was destroyed. Chapter 6103. What was going on? Why did he fall? The people who came to pay tribute were discussing as they investigated one after another. In the next moment, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Dead. It was unknown who shouted, but these people quickly distanced themselves from each other, and an empty space appeared in front of them. They were dumbfounded, and their hair stood on end. This was a member of the Taotai clan. To think that he was killed by someone without a sound. Who was it? What a terrifying method. No, that's not right. How bold. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to behave atrociously here, right? Where did this ruthless person come from? What happened here immediately alarmed the Taotai clan. After the Taotai clan heard this, their faces darkened. Was someone challenging them? Killing one of their guarding disciples was a slap to their face. Go investigate. Immediately, a great emperor-level powerhouse snorted. The people of the Taotai clan began to investigate from all directions. Lin Xian sneered. This was just to teach the other party a lesson. He was not someone to be trifled with. Beside him, Great Emperor Yuyin was dumbfounded. Could it be that it was this kid who did it? Crazy, this kid was really crazy. Lin Xian glanced at the Lord of Yuyin City and warned, "You'd better not move and don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can leave here alive. Don't doubt my methods. The great emperor who died in my hands is more than one. I understand." The Lord of Yuyin City's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to resist. What would happen next? He could not imagine. Lin Xian said, "Tell me, is there an Earth Immortal level in the Taotai clan?" The tranquil cloud great emperor introduced. After Lin Xian heard this, he also narrowed his eyes. There were Earth Immortals, but they had long disappeared. They were even more miserable than the Xia family. The Xia family's Earth Immortal was injured and was still cultivating in seclusion. However, the Taotai clan's Earth Immortal left the Nine Netherland millions of years ago and went to the universe, never to return. It was very likely that he had fallen outside. Without an Earth Immortal, it would be easy. Even if there were 2 immortal Qi experts, Lin Xian and the others would not have a problem leaving. The Taotai clan searched frantically, but they couldn't find the enemy. Their expressions were unfriendly. At the same time, they strengthened their defenses. It seemed that someone was planning to attack them here. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. The other party didn't know that he was the one who did it. However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded. "It's you! You're a member of the Xia family's branch. Get over here." A furious roar rang out, shocking everyone. They all turned their heads to look. Isn't this the 5th elder of the Xia clan? Why was he angry? Who provoked him? The Xia family was an extremely terrifying existence. They were not weaker than the Taotai clan. In fact, they were even stronger. After all, the Xia family still had a land immortal. Lin Xian and the others also frowned. Xia Juyo's face darkened. "Oh no, I've been discovered." He did not see anyone from the Xia family around earlier, so he did not hide his aura. He guessed that the Xia family had discovered his bloodline. Lin Xian said, "You don't have to hide anymore. Since the 9th Serenity has opened, the people from the God Realm will be here soon." There was no need to hide. After a while, when our strength increases, we will directly take over the Xia family and let you be the patriarch. Hearing this, Xia Juya was relieved. Since Lin Xian had said so, there was naturally no need to hide. Xia Juyo glanced at the 5th elder and said coldly, "You don't have the right to give me orders." "What did you say?" The 5th elder of the Xia family was furious. He walked over and stared at Xia Juyo. His eyes burst out with a biting cold light. It was indeed the aura of the Xia family, and it was incomparably powerful. "Are you from the outside world?" The others all cried out in alarm. They all turned their gazes. Who was this person? Someone from the outside. Were they from the outside universe? Heavens, that's what they looked like. Were all these people from the outside world? Hey, that's not right. Why was the Lord of Yuyin City walking with them? Countless voices of justice could be heard. The Lord of Yuyin City's eyelids twitched. What? These were people from the outside universe. No wonder they were so arrogant. So they weren't from the Nine Netherland. However, he found that what was even worse was that he had an inextricable relationship with these people. He quickly shook his head. "It's none of my business." However, no matter how he explained, no one believed him anymore. The Lord of Yuyin City was crying. The 5th elder of the Xia family in front of him was incomparably arrogant. "Seeing that your bloodline is extraordinary, I'll forgive you once. Now, obediently follow me home." The fifth elder's voice carried an unquestionable tone. If you want to order me around, let's see if you have the ability. Xia Jiao walked out, releasing the power of the nine nether. A tyrannical force swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked. Even the fifth elder's expression changed. Your bloodline, could it be that you are? He was truly stunned. The other party's bloodline power had surpassed his. One had to know that his cultivation was stronger than the other party's. However, his bloodline couldn't compare to the other party's. There was only one explanation. The other party was the legendary physique of their family. How many tens of thousands of years had it been? Had the nine nether body appeared again? This was great. He had to bring this person back. Whether it was the development of their family or the recovery of their ancestor, it was of great use. Come back with me. The fifth elder stretched out his palm. His palm formed a black cloud that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The void let out a shattering sound. It couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, it enveloped Xia Jiao. The surrounding people exclaimed, "Did he make a move?" Xia Jiao sneered and punched out. With a boom, the clouds that filled the sky were scattered. The fifth elder roared, "You're courting death." He attacked crazily, and the two of them actually fought. The surrounding people were surprised. Who is this person? He's too strong. He can actually contend with the fifth elder. Why do I feel that his aura is even more terrifying than the fifth elder's? He was also a member of the Xia family, but he had never heard of it. Outside the universe, were there also members of the Xia family? All sorts of discussions could be heard. It was yet another earth-shattering blow. Xia Jiao had forced Elder Xia to retreat. One of Elder Xia's arms was broken, and he spat out blood. He was dumbfounded. He was actually no match for the other party. It was too unbelievable. "You're just SOSO. Xia Jiao said coldly, "You don't have the right to order me around." The surrounding people were surprised. This person is so strong. He actually defeated the fifth elder. It's really surprising. However, the Xia family wouldn't let it go. The Xia family was a family even more terrifying than the Taotai clan. It had 2 strands of immortal energy, a super great emperor. Sure enough, the fifth elder also gritted his teeth. Very good, it's really the legendary divine body. It's really powerful, but do you think you can always be arrogant? It's too ridiculous. This time a grand elder also came. Let's see how you're going to die. Ancestor Wild Sand, please make a move. The fifth elder's voice spread out and flew into the distance. The surrounding people were shocked. What? A grand elder was a super great emperor. If he made a move, the other party would definitely die. Chapter 6104. Everyone was stunned. Even those people from the Taotai clan sucked in a breath of cold air. Xia Kuangsha was the supreme elder of the Xia clan, a terrifying ancestor. No one could stop him. This guy was dead for sure. Everyone looked at Xia Jiao, Lin Xian, and the others, shaking their heads and sighing. Even the Yuan City lord's eyes flickered. Should he run away? He couldn't afford to offend another super great emperor. However, Lin Xian, Xia Jiao, and the others had strange expressions. Xia Kuangsha? If it was another super great emperor, they might be worried. But now they weren't worried at all. This guy didn't dare to attack them at all. Last time, Xia Kuangsha was suppressed by the moon god and the Guanghan immortal at the 9th peak. Instead, they left a seal in his body. In other words, Xia Kuangsha had become the slave of Lin Xian and the others. Who was it? Who dared to go against the Xia clan? A cold voice sounded, shocking everyone. Even the great emperors present felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help it. Cultivating one more strand of immortal qi meant that their strength would be doubled. The opponent's strength was much stronger than a great emperor with only one strand of immortal qi. Even if several great emperors joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. More importantly, a super great emperor had the strength to kill a great emperor. Losing a battle with a great emperor of the same level might not necessarily lead to death. But it was different when fighting against a super great emperor. It could be said that there was a slim chance of survival. Once they fought, there was a high chance of dying. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to offend a super great emperor. Now, such a super great emperor was here. How could Xiajuyo and the others resist? The fifth elder was also overjoyed. He shouted, "Ancestor Kwangsha, we found the divine body of our clan. Please help us. This is very important to our clan. This is a great contribution." A tall figure appeared in the sky. He was surrounded by 2 strands of immortal chi. Everyone bowed. "Greetings, senior." The fifth elder laughed. "You're dead. Wait for your death. Let me see who it is. Who dares to go against the Xia clan?" Xia Kwangsha stood in the sky like a god above the 9 heavens. However, when his gaze landed on Xiajuyo, his face turned ugly. When he saw Lin Xian, he shuddered. "It's you guys? How is this possible?" He had gone crazy. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Xia Kwangsha, how dare you? Get your ass over here." What was going on? To think that an insignificant quasi-emperor dared to tell a super martial emperor to scram over. Was the other party crazy? Is there something wrong with his brain? Everyone felt that Lin Xian would suffer a fate worse than death. The fifth elder roared, "Do you want to die?" He was going crazy. When had the Xia family ever been humiliated? However, the next scene caused everyone to be alarmed. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. That was because Xia Kwangsha, who was high up in the sky, had instantly descended. He bowed deeply to Lin Xian. "Greetings, young master." Boom! Everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe it. A super martial emperor bowed to a young man. What was going on? Was he dreaming? Or was it an illusion? Everyone felt that it was very unreal. Was this old ancestor joking with them? How could he tease them like this? The Lord of Yuyan City and the other great emperors' minds were also blank. They didn't understand what was going on. The fifth elder was even crazier. He shouted, "Old ancestor, why are you bowing to him? He's just a kid, not even a great emperor. I can kill him with one slap." "Shut up, do you want to die?" Xia Kwangsha turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. The kid in front of him was indeed a quasi-emperor, but so what? The other party could summon 3 earth immortals. Each of them could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. More importantly, there was a seal planted by an earth immortal in his body. It was a seal even more terrifying than a demon immortal. Did he dare to resist? Lin Xian sneered, "Xia Kwangsha, it seems that your family's fifth elder still doesn't understand the situation. Tell him, what are you to me?" A hint of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The power of reincarnation was activated. Xia Kwangsha went crazy. He felt that the seal in his body was jumping. This was going to take his life. Compared to his life, what was face? Therefore, under countless dumbfounded gazes, he slowly knelt on the ground and said loudly, "I'm Lin Gongzi's dog." Clang! 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 Everyone was petrified. The weapons in the hands of those great emperors also fell to the ground. What? A dog? A super great emperor was kneeling on the ground like a dog. Everyone went crazy. The fifth elder jumped to his feet. "Ancestor, are you under an illusion? Damn kid! How dare you trick my old ancestor? I'll fight you to the death." The fifth elder rushed toward Lin Xian. However, halfway there, Xia Kwangsha grabbed the fifth elder's neck with a slap. He pressed him to the ground. With a boom, the fifth elder fell to the ground and became dizzy. "How dare you disrespect the young master? Do you believe that I'll kill you?" As soon as he exerted force, many cracks appeared on the fifth elder's body. The fifth elder was so scared that he trembled in fear. Xia Kwangsha continued to kneel on the ground and said respectfully, "My family members are not sensible. Please forgive us, young master. Get up. This is the only time. Don't do it again. Lin Xian said indifferently. Thank you, young master. Xia Kuangsha stood up and let go of his big hand. The fifth elder, next to him, also let out a sigh of relief. Just now he came back from the gates of hell. He had no doubt that if Lin Xian wanted to kill him, Xia Kuangsha would immediately kill him. But why? Why would their old ancestor be so afraid of a quasi-emperor? The others were even more crazy. Even the people of the Taotai clan were dumbfounded. How big was this young man's background? Lin Xian said, You came at the right time. Come with me to see the Taotai clan leader. Lin Xian was still thinking about how to deal with the Taotai clan. Now that Xia Kuangsha was here, things were easy to handle. With such a super great emperor, Lin Xian was ready to get straight to the point. In fact, Lin Xian didn't need to go. The Taotai clan leader was already here. After all, Xia Kuangsha knelt down. It was impossible for him not to know such a big thing. He was also confused. What happened? Young master, how should I address you? The Taotai clan leader was an old man. At this moment, he had transformed into his human form. However, his body also carried a ferocious power. You can call me Lin Wudi. Lin Xian said indifferently. So it's Lin Gongzi. The Taotai clan leader hurriedly said with a smile. Lin Gongzi, please. Lin Xian said no need. I called you here for one thing. Take out all the treasure maps you know. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that the Taotai clan liked to eat heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They explored the 9 underworlds all year round. The Taotai clan knew many places where treasures were hidden. However, these were all extremely precious information. How could the Taotai clan take them out? Sure enough, the people of the Taotai clan were also angry. The Taotai clan leader's face sank. I don't know what you rely on. However, don't go too far. Take back what you said just now. I still treat you as an honored guest. Chapter 6105. Lin Xian also shook his head. Ignorant, I will say it for the last time. Now I am asking you to say it. If you are stubborn, then you will have to kneel on the ground and offer it with both hands. Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you come to my family and behave atrociously? The Taotai clan leader took a step forward, and the fierce aura on his body completely erupted. He was also a super great emperor, and a super great emperor who had swallowed countless powerhouses and treasures. How terrifying! The surrounding people felt this aura, and their faces changed greatly. Lin Xian sneered. The power of the swallowing heaven jar appeared on his body to resist. He said, Xia Kuangsha, do you know what to do? Xia Kuangsha walked out and shouted coldly, How dare you be disrespectful to the young master? The Taotai clan leader also snorted, You want to be a dog, no one cares. However, this is the territory of my Taotai clan, and no one is allowed to behave atrociously. Men, with a roar, the great emperors of the Taotai clan all walked out. The 9 great emperors stood in the void, and their terrifying power spread in all directions. Everyone was terrified, and their hair stood on end. As expected of the Taotai clan, their foundation was really deep. The Lord of Yin City was almost scared to tears. The 5th elder also had an ugly expression. This was not their Xia family. Here, even the old ancestor would not be able to gain any advantage. Lin Gongzi, can you resist such a lineup? The Taotai clan leader sneered. Lin Xian shook his head. You are really ignorant. What did you say? The people of the Taotai clan were all angry. This kid was too reckless. Clan leader, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just directly suppress him. That's right. I want to see how he can resist. Lin Xian sneered. Why don't you think about it? Why is a super great emperor like Xia Kuangsha crawling under my feet? Because the power behind me is not something you can afford to offend. After the Taotai clan leader heard this, his face sank. He waved his hand to stop the others. He said coldly, Who are you? I am the leader of the Divine Union, and at the same time, I am also from the Divine Realm. Divine Union? The surrounding people were puzzled. They had never heard of it, but they had indeed heard of it in the Divine Realm. Especially the Tautai clan leader, his pupils shrank. That force from 1,000,000 years ago? The other party was actually still alive. Humph! So what if he was from the deity realm? Millions of years have passed. Who knows if you have declined or not? The Tautai patriarch snorted coldly. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Xia Kuangsha, tell him. Xia Kuangsha walked out and said, On the day the 9 serenities opened, Lin Gongzi summoned 3 land immortals. Earth immortal, and there were 3 of them. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The people of the Tautai clan were also dumbfounded. Impossible, an elder roared crazily. Impossible, Xia Kuangsha snorted coldly and said, You're the one who's ignorant. Every earth immortal is far more powerful than you and me. They are the real high and mighty gods. When Xia Kuangsha said those words, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Back then, that earth immortal had almost killed him with a single slash. If the other party hadn't intended to let him live, he would have died. He was probably already in the Yellow Springs. The 5th elder of the Xiao family also understood why the old master of the Xiao family was willing to be a dog. It turned out that there was actually an earth immortal behind the other party, and not just one, but 3 of them at once. Even when the Xiao family was at their peak, they were no match for them. When he thought of this, his body started to tremble. He actually wanted to fight with such a person. He really didn't know what was good for him. The people of the Tautai clan were also put in a difficult position. Although they didn't believe it, Xia Kuangsha's attitude was still there. Therefore, they could only look at the Tautai clan leader. The Tautai patriarch's face was also cold and gloomy. If I hand it over, what benefits will I get? Tautai clan leader, how are you going to split the loot? A 30-70 split should be fine, right? However, Lin Xian's answer surprised him. I will protect your family from destruction. What? That's all? The Tautai clan leader was stunned. Not even 10% of the treasure was given to him. Lin Xian snorted, You talk too much. An extremely cold sword qi rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. What kind of sword qi was this? At the same time, a cold voice was also heard. Have you forgotten from 1,000,000 years ago? What did you get back then? How many sects were turned into ashes? Even the earth immortals were seriously injured and dying. What else do you want? In such a battle, protecting your family from being destroyed is already a great favor. Also, do you really think that you can get those treasures with the treasure map in your hand? If those treasures were so easy to get, your Tautai clan would have gotten them long ago. There was no need to wait until now. The reason why you didn't go is because you don't have the strength. If I don't take this thing, someone else will take it in the future. At that time, it won't be so easy to talk to. They will send an earth immortal to destroy your Tautai clan with one palm. Then, they will capture your souls and torture them. Do you think you want to live a life worse than death? Or do you want your family to continue? The people of the Tautai clan were stunned. They hadn't thought about this problem. Although the 9 Netherland was opened, they hadn't seen many powerhouses after all. They still didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. However, the Tautai clan leader was shocked. He had heard some of the things that happened millions of years ago. That battle was really a battle of destruction. The last question, he said, Young master, are you using the great dragon sword? That's right. Lin Xian said in a clear voice, It is the great dragon sword. The Tautai clan leader quickly bowed. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. We are willing to hand over the treasure map with both hands. The other party even had the great dragon sword. It wasn't strange that there was an earth immortal behind him. The others were also shocked. Back then, the great dragon sword that swept across the 9 Netherland, it actually appeared in the hands of this kid. They were filled with infinite fear. Next, Lin Xian and the others were invited in. Not only did they hand over the treasure map, they also took out countless heavenly and earthly treasures. Young master, everyone, please enjoy. Not only Lin Xian, but Xia Jiao, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also treated as distinguished guests. The Taotai clan carefully served him. This caused those who came to offer offerings to be stunned. A few days passed like this. The geniuses of the Taotai clan were dissatisfied. Clan leader, what if that kid is a swindler? That's right. Will the earth immortal he mentioned really come? The Taotai clan leader said coldly, do you think a swindler can make a super great emperor kneel on the ground and be willing to be a dog? The geniuses stopped talking. Not to mention the great emperor, they wouldn't do such a thing. However, the super great emperor of the Xiao family did it. They waited patiently. Just like that, half a month passed. On this day, in the land of heaven, Upper Qingqing, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others smiled. Great, we've finally taken it down. Next, we're going to the Nine Netherland. These people were extremely excited. There were many good things in the Nine Netherland. Even the fighting god nodded. Great, I'll go there too. I remember that something fell in the Nine Netherland back then. The group prepared to go. Chapter 6106. These people from high heavens were preparing to head to Nine Nether. However, the demon emperor said, you guys can go. I plan to stay in Shangqing City. Aren't you going? This surprised the sky-splitting great emperor and the others. I'm cooperating with you guys because I want to enter Shangqing City. Now that Shangqing City has just opened, I want to stay here. Is that okay? Lin Zhan and the others nodded and said, no problem. You can stay here. Shangqing City also had a lot of resources and power, and it was different from Nine Nether. However, the Divine Realm had a 3-year deadline. Within 3 years, they wouldn't have the Nirvana Realm as their opponent in Nine Nether. It could be said that it was much easier. Therefore, they couldn't waste these 3 years. Just like that, the Demon Emperor stayed in Shangqing City while Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others headed to Nine Nether. Nine Nether. Taotai clan. Half a month had passed, but the land god that Lin Xian and the others mentioned hadn't arrived yet. This made many people puzzled. Could this kid be a swindler? That's right. The Taotai clan ate and drank heartily every day. If the other party was a swindler, it would be a big joke. Even the elders of the Taotai clan were discussing. Even the clan leader was frowning. He was very confident before, but now he was doubtful. Could it be that he was really tricked by the other party and the Xia family? Just as they were feeling puzzled, a group of people arrived at Nine Nether. This group of people was very powerful. After they arrived, it was as if gods had descended. Lord Alcohol took out the devouring sword and sensed the aura of Lin Xian and the others. He said, over there. Their group headed over and arrived at the Taotai clan. The Taotai clan was getting impatient. They were about to fall out with them. But at this moment, countless terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on them. It caused the Taotai clan's mountain gate to crack. Countless people prostrated on the ground. Heavens, what is this? It's too scary. Is someone attacking us? The Taotai clan leader's expression changed drastically. He felt his hair stand on end. He could sense that many of them were not weaker than him. Some were even stronger than him. There was also one that he couldn't resist. That power could instantly pierce through him. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed. They're here. The group of people walked out. Father, Lord Alcohol. Heavens, is this the brat's backer? He was really too powerful. The people of the Taotai clan were stupefied. The others were also dumbfounded. It turned out that this kid wasn't a swindler. What he said was true. The other party really has an earth immortal as his backer. When they saw the battle god, they hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Senior. This was a god, a legendary existence in their hearts. The Taotai clan also felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not turn hostile. Otherwise, these people who came would probably kill them with a slap. The Taotai clan hurriedly invited these people in. When the two sides met, Lin Xian and the others were very happy. By the way, Father, these are the treasure maps I collected. It was a place where treasures were hidden in the 9 underworlds. There should be a lot of power there. All right, let's go now. We can't waste 3 years. At this time, Lin Xian looked at the god of war and said, Senior, did you get the black-yellow pagoda? The god of war said, Don't worry, I got it, but you still have to wait for 3 years. In these 3 years, we have to improve our strength as much as possible, because when you break through, the other side will definitely not let it go. We have to protect you. Okay, I know. Although these 3 years were very long, to these martial artists, it was just a blink of an eye. Lin Xian also knew that these 3 years were not easy to come by. Moreover, his breakthrough this time was too significant, so he had to be fully prepared. Xian, don't follow us to search for treasures in these 3 years. Adjust your condition to your peak. Lin Zhan walked over and gave Lin Xian a flag. The flag was small and exquisite, and it carried a mysterious power. This is the flag of Shangqing City in the land of heaven. With it, you can enter Shangqing City. You can spend the next 3 years there. Also, keep an eye on the Demon Emperor. Go to Shangqing City. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He looked at Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu and said, Then you have to be careful. See you in 3 years. The god of war watched Lin Xian leave with his fiery eyes of truth. This was to prevent others from sneaking an attack. Let's go too. Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others also took a deep breath. They were also going to break through to the earth immortal realm. They left with these treasure maps. Next, in the land of 9 serenities, a shocking battle broke out in some forbidden lands. Countless people were shocked. Heavens, the experts from the outside world had really come. It was so terrifying outside. What level of battle was this? A super great emperor, and an extremely terrifying one at that. They could feel the aura of the battle across endless space. It made them tremble in fear. They even sensed the power of the earth immortals. After sending Lin Xian away, the god of war also made his move. He also had something to obtain here. The people of the land of 9 serenities were terrified. The people of the Xia family were also scared. When Xia Qinyu learned that Xia Guangsha knelt down in front of Lin Xian, he went crazy with anger. The dignified ancestor of the Xia family actually knelt down in front of a young man? Unforgivable. He was going to take people to kill Lin Xian. But halfway there, he heard that the earth immortal behind Lin Xian had arrived. He was so scared that he was dumbfounded. Impossible, this kid could actually find an earth immortal? Next, super battles broke out all over the land of 9 serenities. There was even an aura that made him feel terrified and desperate. Xia Qinyu was so scared that he hurriedly returned to his family to hide. Heavens, the earth immortals from the outside world had really come in. Was the war from 1,000,000 years ago going to reappear in the world? Not only the Xia family, but the families and sects of the land of 9 serenities were also shocked. Not long after they discovered that these people from the outside world had broken into a forbidden land. There was a colorful light dancing inside, illuminating half of the sky. At this moment, everyone in the land of 9 serenities seemed to have seen it. A strange treasure had appeared. However, not long after, this light disappeared. Obviously, it had been taken away by someone. Damn it, these people's eyes were all red. Even those super great emperors were no exception. If they obtained such a treasure, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Perhaps they could use this to break through to the earth immortal realm. It couldn't be like this anymore. The people from the outside world were too arrogant. Did they really think that there was no one in the land of 9 serenities? Finally, on this day, a cold voice came from the land of 9 serenities. This place was called Thundercloud Mountain. It was filled with thunder all year round, and the power of destruction was everywhere. It made this place a land of death. not to mention ordinary warriors. Even great emperors didn't dare to come here, because there was a slim chance of survival. It was said that back then there was a great emperor who didn't know what was good for him and wanted to come here to search for treasures. Then the great emperor's blood dyed the sky red. That great emperor never appeared again. From then on, everyone was afraid of this place. Even the super great emperors didn't dare to come and explore. But unexpectedly, today a voice came from Thundercloud Mountain. Chapter 60-107. In the Thundercloud Mountain, there was a crazy roar that startled many people. At the same time, there was a sect that was rushing over. The leader of the sect was also a great emperor. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, ancestor." These people were all from the Lay sect, and they were extremely excited. In the records of their sect, their founder was resting in the Thundercloud Mountain. However, this matter was only recorded in the records, and no one had seen it with their own eyes. In their opinion, it was just a legend that couldn't be true. However, on this day, there was a roar in the Thundercloud Mountain. It was their ancestor. The sect master of the Lay sect immediately recalled an ancient legend. Thus, he hurriedly brought his men over. In the endless sea of lightning, an old man walked out. This old man was short and small. However, the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He was like the god of thunder that made people look up to him. "Which generation leader of the Lay sect are you?" The god of thunder stared at the front and asked in a deep voice. The leader said, "Ancestor, I'm the 7th generation." The 7th generation. The god of thunder frowned. This number was beyond his expectation. In his opinion, it was probably only the 3rd generation. Now it seemed that the Lay sect situation wasn't too good. Even the leader of the Lay sect had changed 7 generations, let alone the rest. However, it didn't matter. Now that he was out, he could lead the Lay sect to glory again. "Now I'll give you a good fortune." The god of thunder waved his hand, and an endless sea of lightning gathered behind him, forming a thunder armor that covered the leader of the Lay sect. The leader of the Lay sect was shocked. However, the god of thunder said, "Don't move. I'll help you break through." The leader was stunned and then became ecstatic. He quickly sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, quickly absorbing the power of the thunder armor. After an incense stick's time, he roared into the sky and endless thunderbolts fell. However, the god of thunder clenched his fist. "Get lost." With a roar, the lightning tribulation that filled the sky disappeared. This shocked countless people. This was the means of an earth immortal. It was terrifying. Even a great emperor would have to face the lightning tribulation when breaking through. But now, the god of thunder actually made the lightning disappear with a roar. This was the god of thunder. "I broke through, I broke through." "Ha ha ha ha. Thank you, old ancestor." The sect master laughed heartily. Originally, he was just a great emperor with a divine flame. But now he had 2 divine fires. He had become a super great emperor. Originally, he thought that this process would take at least 5,000 years, if not 8,000 years. If one was unlucky, it might even take 10,000 years. But now he had done it in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He knelt on the ground. At this moment, he was incomparably emotional. The old ancestor came out, his methods heaven-defying. The Lay sect was going to rise and sweep across the 9 underworlds. What were those people outside? After the old ancestor came, those people would definitely die. Go and gather the power of the 9th serenity. Thunder God's voice rang out. It was time to take back some treasures. They couldn't be given to the people in the universe. Yes, Sect Master Lay hurriedly took action. Now that he had become a super martial emperor and had the old ancestor to back him up, he was extremely confident. Soon he hurriedly sent out invitations to the nearby sects and clans, inviting them to gather. Those clans were very puzzled. However, the Lay sect used to be a big sect, so they all went. When they heard Sect Master Lay's words, they were all stunned. What? They want to join forces to fight against the people in the universe, and they want the lay sect to be the leader? Are you kidding me? Immediately, some people were not convinced. Is the lay sect very powerful? The Een Sky sect is not convinced. The person who spoke was the sect master of the Een Sky sect. He was also a great emperor, and he said, "Sect Master Lay, I'm afraid you've forgotten. 200 years ago, the two of us fought once. That time you lost. It's only been 200 years, and you don't take me seriously anymore?" The sect master of the Een Sky sect snorted coldly, and immortal chi erupted from his body. The surrounding people were shocked. Were the two great emperors going to fight? Sect Master Lay waved his sleeve and laughed. "Een Sky sect, I'll give you a piece of advice. You'd better not fight with me. I'm no longer someone you can challenge, so you'd better join forces with me. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserably." "Humph, stupid. I think you've been scared silly by the people in the universe. How dare you scold me?" The sect master of the Een Sky sect waved his hand and slapped out. He was going to teach the other party a good lesson. A gloomy wind roared. When the sect master of the Een Sky sect slapped out with his palm, a strong wind blew, and the souls of the people hit seemed to be about to be extinguished. Countless people were horrified. The sect master of the Een Sky sect used a unique technique as soon as he came up. They wondered how the sect master of the lay sect would resist it. After all, what happened 200 years ago was still fresh in their minds. In that battle, sect master Lay lost miserably. It took him decades to recover from his injuries. Now he was probably still no match for the sect master. Humph! Sect master Lay sat on the throne. Facing such a blow, he opened his mouth and spat out a thunderbolt. This thunderbolt carried an extremely terrifying aura. It flew forward like a thunderbolt fire. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The gloomy wind that filled the sky was instantly pierced through. Not only that, the thunderbolt fire rushed to the sect master of the Een Sky sect and enveloped him. In the next moment, the sect master of the Een Sky sect screamed. "Ah!" His body continued to crack and disintegrate. His soul was also in an incomparably miserable state. Your power! You broke through." A horrified voice was heard. The others were also dumbfounded. In their opinion, this would be a great battle. The two sides should have exchanged 300 blows, and the end result would be the sect master of the lay sect being defeated. However, they found that the outcome of the matter was not like that at all. The sect master of the lay sect seriously injured the sect master of the Een Sky sect with one move. "Are you convinced?" The sect master of the lay sect said coldly, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat. I am willing to respect the lay sect." The sect master of the Een Sky sect kept screaming. This power was not something he could resist at all because it was the power of two divine fires, a super great emperor. Damn it, I haven't seen him for 200 years, and he has become a super great emperor? This time I will spare your life. If it weren't for the fact that I need help, I would have destroyed your soul just because of what you said just now. The sect master of the lay sect waved his hand and put away the thunderbolt fire that filled the sky. The sect master of the Een Sky sect landed on the ground and half knelt on the ground. His body was broken, and his soul was also severely injured. Even now, his body was still trembling. The others were even more dumbfounded. Soon, someone exclaimed, "This is the power of two divine fires, a super great emperor. Did you break through?" The other families and sects were dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. An elder exclaimed, "That can't be right. I just saw him last month, and he was still an ordinary great emperor. Why did he break through this month? I didn't see any powerful heavenly tribulation." These people were too confused. They were near the lay sect. If the sect master of the lay sect was breaking through, there must be a world-destroying heavenly tribulation. They would have sensed it. The sect master of the Lay sect was extremely proud. After breaking through, his strength had increased greatly. In his opinion, those powerful enemies in the past were no match for him at all. He could turn them into ashes with a flick of his finger. This kind of absolute power was really awesome. Chapter 6108. Defeating his former powerful opponent with one move. Lay sect leader was very happy. However, he didn't forget his business. He said, "The reason why I became powerful is that our Lay sect's ancestor has awakened. He directly raised me to the realm of Supreme, Great Emperor." What? The surrounding families and sects were all stunned when they heard this. The ancestor of the Lay sect, that was something from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Was he still alive? Of course. Lay sect leader said proudly, "Not only is he alive, but our ancestor is also an earth immortal. Soon he will appear. He asked me to consolidate my strength, and then we'll go find the heaven and earth treasures together. Do you know that there are many treasures in the 9 serenities? These treasures can't be obtained by people from the outside universe." When the others heard this, their eyes turned red. Indeed, they couldn't defeat the strong people from the outside universe. However, if there was an ancestor, then it would be different. With an earth immortal leading them, they would be fearless. "Okay, we are willing to follow Senior Thunder God." "That's right, count me in." The surrounding people all responded. When the Lay sect leader saw this scene, the corners of his mouth raised. Very good. These people were all under the Lay sect. In the future, their Lay sect would be even more powerful. In fact, not only the Thunder God, but also some Earth Immortals had awakened. After all, the 9 serenities was one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was very terrifying and mysterious. However, the war 3 million years ago was so fierce that many strong people were injured. For example, the one from the Xia family hadn't woken up yet. However, another Earth Immortal had awakened. This was a barren mountain with many stones around it. Moreover, many stone pillars were formed, standing on the ground. Few people came to this place, because these stone pillars were an extremely terrifying array. Once one entered, one would lose his or her way. Even a great emperor couldn't get out. Therefore, over time, no one dared to come here. However, on this day, in this mysterious array, a shrill wind appeared and tore open the void. Then a figure walked out. This figure had a pair of wings and a bird's head. It was extremely terrifying. After he came out, he roared to the sky. "I'm awake." "That's great. It's not too late. It's just that there's still a little bit left. But this place can't trap me anymore." The figure let out a cold laugh. Then, with a wave of his hand, a sword appeared in the void. This sword released an extremely cold light. With a point of his finger, Sword Chi shot straight into the clouds, piercing through the sky. The scene here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. When the families and sects in the distance saw this, they also exclaimed, "There are treasures over there. Let's go and have a look." They all flew over. Among them, there were a few great emperors. However, when they saw the stone forest, they frowned. There was a mysterious formation in this place. Don't go there so easily. It was said that a martial monarch had lost his way here and never came out. An old man frowned. However, there was also a young great emperor. He said, "What are you afraid of? Look down." There was indeed a treasured sword in the stone forest. It was a jade-green artifact sword. Its icy aura made the martial monarch's hair stand on end. How could they miss out on such a treasure? Therefore, some people mustered up their courage and rushed down. After the young great emperor landed, he was overjoyed. He said, "There's no danger." When the others saw this, they all rushed over. "That's great, this sword is mine." These people began to fight over it. A few great emperors also made their moves. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes in the stone forest staring at them coldly. There weren't enough people. Thinking of this, the mysterious man waved his hand again. Another weapon flew out. This was a long spear. It was blood-red as if it was made of precious jade. It also had an extremely terrifying aura. The great emperor's eyes turned even redder. Treasure! There's another treasure. This blood-red spear's aura also pierced through heaven and earth. It attracted even more experts in the distance. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of experts had already arrived. It couldn't be helped. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't attract so many people. However, when the ninth underworld opened, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others began to collect the treasures. It was really exciting for the people of the ninth underworld. Moreover, there was the battle between the Flame Immortal and the Demon Immortal, as well as the Moon God and the Moon Immortal. Everyone had gone crazy. They knew that if they didn't take action, the treasures of the ninth underworld would be snatched away by the people of the universe. It was possible that they would not get any of it. Therefore, some people began to take action. Although they weren't a match for the Earth Immortals, they could bypass these people and go to other places. Therefore, when the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared in the stone forest, many people rushed over. A great battle broke out. 6 great emperors were fighting for 2 weapons. The others also began to search the stone forest to see if there were any other treasures. Seeing the scene, the figure hidden in the forest smiled. That's enough. There were enough people. Boom! In the next moment, the wings on his back spread out. An endless storm rushed out of the stone forest and directly enveloped the entire forest. A sinister aura appeared. Not good. The people around felt their hair stand on end. Some people's bodies instantly cracked and turned into blood mist after being enveloped by this aura. Damn it, there's danger here. Run. It's a peerless formation. Run. The people around all fled. But how could they escape? The figure inside was a peerless powerhouse. The 6 great emperors who were fighting for the weapons also knew that the situation was not good when they saw the scene. They turned around and ran. Boom! But it was still too late. A metallic light flashed past and instantly pierced through the young great emperor. The great emperor's body was penetrated, and his internal organs were shattered. He was nailed in the void. His face was full of horror. What kind of power was this? Could it be a super great emperor? The other old man also turned around and ran. The immortal chi on his body was burning, but it was useless. Another beam of metallic light streaked across, and both of his legs were severed. He fell into a pool of blood and screamed miserably. Next, the 6 great emperors were injured one after another. Their bodies were all penetrated. At the same time, they also saw that it was a feather that pierced through them, a feather that flickered with metallic light. Oh heavens! A single feather had pierced through their bodies. How terrifying was this person? They were afraid that he had surpassed a super great emperor. Could it be that he was an immortal-like figure? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. Senior, please spare our lives. The 6 great emperors hurriedly begged for mercy. The others knelt on the ground. Countless powerhouses trembled in fear. At the same time, a cold voice came from the stone forest in front. Don't worry, Immortal Shen won't kill you, but I need your blood. Chapter 60-109. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Master Shen, this was an immortal. Too terrible. Immortal, please spare our lives. We have offended this place. Please let us go. The great emperors were terrified. The others also kowtowed. However, Master Shen snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of countless powerhouses around him suddenly split open. After a few screams, the great emperors also turned into a bloody mist. Their souls trembled and they were terrified. Were they going to die? They were very unwilling. If they had known this would happen, why did they come here to search for treasures? But the next moment, they were stunned because they found that they were not dead. Their souls were still there. As for their bodies, they turned into the energy of the blood sea and flew forward. In the stone forest ahead, there was a mysterious aura surrounding it, bringing with it an oppressive force. The sea of blood formed by the bodies of these powerhouses all merged into the stone forest. This stone forest was made up of stone pillars, each of which was engraved with a mysterious great Tao. At this moment, after being shrouded in the blood, they kept shaking, and a shattering sound came from them. Boom! The stone pillars cracked one after another, and finally, the stone forest completely disappeared. Then a figure rushed out of the ruins. This figure carried an extremely terrifying immortal aura and turned into a shocking rainbow. Soon, the whole sky was shrouded, and a shattering sound was heard. Countless black holes were formed. Everyone's souls trembled, and they were dumbfounded. They were stunned. Did this immortal come out? After Master Shin came out, he laughed loudly. Thanks to you little ants. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Follow me. I will make you stronger. Even if you only have souls, you will be far stronger than before. Master Shin waved his hand, and the surrounding souls trembled with excitement. Follow an earth immortal. We are willing. They roared crazily. Even the 6 great emperors were ecstatic. So what if they only had souls? If they were appreciated by an earth immortal, it would not be a problem for them to reconstruct their true bodies. Master Shin subdued the souls of these people and continued to set off. Along the way, many families and sects surrendered one after another. Then, they flew toward a forbidden land. Obviously, the people of the netherworld also wanted to snatch the treasures. On the other side, the god of thunder also set off. Very soon, they encountered the divine realms people, and an astonishing great battle erupted. Master Shin met Lin Zhan and the others. He said coldly, the people of the divine realm were nothing more than this. They only had 2 divine flames, and they dared to be arrogant in front of him. Scram, the treasures in this place are not something you can take. Master Shin was followed by countless experts, including many great emperors. When they saw this scene, they all laughed. So these were the people of the universe. He was very strong, but that was all there was to it. Compared to the land immortals, they were nothing. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. There was a cold glint in his eyes. He stared at Master Shin, then shook his head and said, "What am I talking about?" So it was just a demonic beast. Judging by your appearance, your vitality isn't at its peak. You must have just woken up not too long ago. Why didn't you find a place to recover for a few hundred years before coming out? Now that you've come out, who do you think you can beat? Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, please leave. Lin Zhan said loudly. Although he was only a super great emperor, he actually dared to look down on land immortals. This shocked countless people. This guy must be out of his mind. Was he thinking of dying? That's right. Who did he think he was? Where did he get the courage to say such words? Look, he will end up very miserably. Master Shin, please make a move and spread the name of the 9 underworlds. The surrounding people shouted one after another. Master Shin's face also darkened. It seems that I've been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one knows my strength anymore. All right, I'll start with you today. I want to let the world see the true power of the 9 underworlds. After saying that, he roared angrily, and the wings on his back slashed over. It shattered heaven and earth, transformed into a peerless divine sword, and slashed over fiercely. All right, I'll see what kind of abilities you, a land immortal, have. Lin Zhan also shouted loudly. He stomped his feet, transformed into a peerless god of war, and rushed over. In the next moment, his fist landed on the sword chi. Boom! An earth-shattering sound of destruction rang out between heaven and earth. With the 2 of them as the center, a world-destroying storm was formed. Retreat quickly. The experts behind Master Shin retreated one after another. Their faces were full of astonishment. That guy actually took the initiative to rush over. Is he courting death? Humph. No matter how strong he is, he can't block an immortal's attack. Wait for him. After this attack, he will definitely die. The morning fog in front of them filled the air, and two figures appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. He's still alive. How could it be him? He blocked the attack of an immortal. He's just a super great emperor. Didn't they say that everyone below the immortal realm is an ant? How did he block it? These people were all stunned. Indeed, no matter how powerful a super great emperor is, he won't be a match for an immortal. But the person in front of them seemed to have broken this common sense. You're just eso. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. Master Shin's expression was incomparably ugly. What's going on with this great emperor? Why is his strength so terrifying? You're courting death. His other wing flew over again. It was like an immortal sword, flickering with incomparable brilliance. Come at me. Lin Zhan laughed loudly. Heaven battling divine fist. His fists danced nonstop, creating countless gusts of wind. Like raging waves hitting the shore, it fiercely blasted over. One had to know that although he was a super great emperor, his combat strength was really too terrifying. With his battle blood boiling, he dared to fight against an immortal. There was another point, and that was Master Shin had indeed just woken up. His strength was not at its peak state, and it was much weaker than the previous Essence Immortal. Lin Zhan even dared to fight against an Essence Immortal, let alone Master Shin. The two of them kept colliding. Sparks flew, and clanging sounds rang out. The surrounding void boiled, and countless large cracks were torn open. Damn it. Origin, source, flying sword. Master Shin opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. It was white like the Milky Way, and its killing intent was monstrous. This was his peerless immortal technique. This immortal energy had been nurtured in his body for countless years. At this moment, it was truly terrifying. Boom! This sword energy was so fast that it slashed Lin Zhan's body. Lin Zhan's body was pierced through, his bones cracked, and his flesh and blood were mashed. He retreated and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Great, he hit him. That guy was injured. The great emperor in the distance exclaimed, as expected of Master Shin. However, Master Shin's expression was incomparably ugly. His immortal technique only injured the other party. Shouldn't the other party die 100 times? Lin Zhan glanced at the wound. He snorted coldly, and his battle blood boiled. It actually started to heal the wound. At the same time, his body seemed to become bigger. His blood seemed to be boiling, turning into countless blood-colored fists. He looked forward and said, "Only a little bit of the strength of a land immortal. I hope you won't disappoint me." Chapter 6110. This guy must be crazy. He's actually still laughing. He's injured. Moreover, his injuries will definitely get worse and worse. In the end, he will definitely die. The great emperors in the distance looked at this scene and discussed animatedly. However, Lin Zhan didn't think so. This time, he came to the 9 underworlds to seek a breakthrough. He wanted to break through and become a land immortal. So, why would he be afraid of a land immortal? Moreover, Master Shin had just woken up. His strength was not at its peak at all. Therefore, fighting with him was the best opportunity to train him. Lin Zhan activated his battle soul. I want to fight an immortal. He quickly rushed out. The more he fought, the braver he became. His fist was enough to destroy everything. When it hit Master Shin's wings, it made a sonorous sound. Master Shin's body was swaying from the impact. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that even if he stood there motionless and let the great emperors hit him, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, the other party's fist could threaten him. How terrifying was this power? The other party didn't seem to be an ordinary great emperor. Go to hell. Master Shin was also enraged. His palm was like a meteor, carrying with it a whimpering immortal aura. With a slap, Lin Zhan's body swayed and he coughed out blood again. This attack made Lin Zhan feel that half of his body was numb. The cracks on his body were like spider webs. However, he didn't retreat. This injury was nothing. He was someone who had lived a lifetime. He could even come back to life after he died back then, let alone now. Battle intent surged. Heaven battling divine fist. Lin Jon roared angrily. Battle intent erupted from his body. On his fist, the divine fire jumped, and the light immediately became resplendent. It was as if countless suns were shining in all directions. Heaven battling divine fist, 24 levels of heaven. Lin Jon shouted angrily again. Behind him, layers upon layers of phantoms actually emerged, carrying an incomparably mysterious aura. Kill! With a roar, Lin Jon rushed over with the 24 levels of heaven. On the other side, Master Shin was also angry. He was embarrassed that he couldn't take down a great emperor after so long. You have already angered me. Go to hell. He rose into the air, spreading his wings and soaring into the air like a white crane spreading its wings. He used himself as a sword, turning into exceptional killing intent as he rushed over. The attack was simply too terrifying. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth crumbled, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The emperors in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Even if all of them attacked together, they probably wouldn't be able to block this attack, right? Earth immortals were truly terrifying. Ascending the 9 heavens, Lin Jon's figure swayed, and he arrived at the 9 heavens. The power of his fist immediately became stronger. It was like a boundless mountain as it violently punched out. The collision between the two shook the heavens. However, Master Shin was, after all, too powerful. He used his body as an immortal sword and slashed out, hitting Lin Jon's fist. Lin Jon's fist was badly mangled. It's useless. You're no match for me at all. Right now, I'm not at my peak either. Otherwise, I would be able to kill you with a single breath of immortal chi. Master, Shin roared furiously. He was less than half a meter away from Lin Jon. However, although Lin Jon's fist was broken, he was still fearless. He looked up to the sky and roared, 12th heaven. His figure swayed, and he ascended the 3rd heaven as if he was climbing the stairs to heaven. The 24 heavens behind him became more and more mysterious. He stood in the middle of the 24 heavens, and his fist once again landed fiercely. With a loud bang, Master Shin was forced to retreat. Although his body didn't split open, he was still injured. However, the surging chi and blood caused his face to turn pale in an instant. Can you imagine that a small ant could shake an elephant? That was impossible. However, it happened right in front of him. Die! Cut him into 1,000 pieces. Master Shin spread his wings and soared. Countless white cranes flew over. This was enough to cut any emperor into pieces. When he was at his peak, he could kill an emperor with a single breath of immortal chi. He was also extremely powerful when fighting against those of the same level. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Every feather of his seemed to be more terrifying than an extreme weapon. This time, the other party should be dead. However, Lin Jon looked down on the world. His broken fist healed again. He was still fearless in the face of being cut into pieces. 15 heavens. He ascended the 3rd heaven again, and the aura on his body became even stronger. His fists continued to land on Lu Xian. Every strike collided with the other party's feathers, creating an overwhelming force. Lin Jon blocked some of them. However, the tens of thousands of feathers were too powerful. They were like countless extreme weapons attacking him. Although he was extremely brave, there were still some places on his body that were pierced by the feathers. For example, his shoulders, arms, knees, and other places were all pierced. His flesh was badly mutilated. Fresh blood dyed his body red. He was like a man made of blood. 20 heavens! Lin Jon shouted loudly, and his figure rose again. Then he let out a voice that was like that of a god. He tore apart the thousands of cuts with a single punch. It was as if 2 worlds had collided together. The vast sky shattered, and the endless earth cracked open. It was as if it could destroy everything. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all sent flying. Kill! Lin Jon, who was standing on the 20th heavens, seemed to be extremely powerful. Although he was injured, he was still able to compete with an immortal. Not only that, with the power of 20 heavens, Lin Zhan actually sent Master Shin flying with a single punch. Master Shin flew out and crashed into the mountain below. He let out a crazy roar. Damn it, go to hell. The two fought fiercely. At the start, Lin Zhan was suppressed. Gradually, he became evenly matched with Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan was injured, but the more he fought, the braver he became. There were no cracks on Master Shin's body, but his face was getting paler and paler. If this continued, the situation would not be good. Damn it, was it really because he had just woken up and had not recovered to his peak? Otherwise, how could he not even be able to kill a great emperor? Master Shin was stunned. He even prepared to leave. He rose into the air and said, "When I recover a little, I will come back and kill you with a breath of immortal chi." You want to leave? No way. You will become my testing stone. However, Lin Zhan rushed out. He faced the attack head-on, because he felt that Master Shin was the best opponent. The other party was an Earth Immortal, but his strength was the weakest among the Earth Immortals. After all, the other party was not at the peak. Where could he find such an opponent? I will use you to help me break through. Lin Zhan's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. The people in the distance were all stunned. What did they see? A great emperor was actually chasing after an Earth Immortal. What a joke! Even in their dreams, they did not dare to imagine such a scene. Master Shin was even more furious. You are courting death. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? He turned around and slapped Lin Zhan's body. Lin Zhan's body caved in. Obviously, he was seriously injured. However, he laughed loudly. His battle blood was boiling. He still did not care. His fists danced, and he stood on the 20th heavens and attacked fiercely. I, Lin Zhan, lived for battle and died for battle. How could I be afraid of battle? Lin Zhan was injured, but the more he fought, the braver he became. He and Master Shin were fighting. Chapter 6111. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, they had no intention of stopping at all. He wondered how long this battle would last. Countless powerhouses in the netherworld were alarmed. They all watched the battle. A super great emperor from the universe could compete with an Earth Immortal. It was too heaven-defying. On the other side, Thunder God also heard the news. Immediately he snorted coldly. What a piece of trash! What was this Master Shin doing? After such a long time, he couldn't even take down a super great emperor. What a fool! If I met someone from the universe, I would destroy him in one move. Let's explore the forbidden land of life. Thunder God waved his hand and led the people of the Thunder sect to set off quickly. At this moment, not only the Thunder sect, but countless powerful families and sects also followed. They were willing to follow an Earth Immortal, and it seemed that this Thunder God was even more terrifying than Master Shin. This time, the place they were exploring was the Dark Land. Legend had it that there was a divine fruit of the underworld here. It contained the power of God. After hearing this, the eyes of those great emperors turned red. Thunder God also snorted coldly. I must get this thing. He also hadn't recovered to his peak. This divine fruit could speed up his cultivation and help him return to his peak. So this time he must find it. The Dark Land was gloomy and terrifying. It was surrounded by the aura of death, which made people's hair stand on end. The hearts of those great emperors were also beating wildly. However, the Thunder God in front of them was extremely terrifying. The lightning on his body split open the void, and he strode in. Follow him quickly. Thunder, Sect Master waved his hand, and everyone followed them into the Dark Land. Buzz! They walked for a long time. At this time, a divine light suddenly appeared in front of them, illuminating the world. God, what kind of light is this? Could it be the legendary divine fruit? I smell a strong fragrance. These great emperors were all excited. Thunder God in front of them shook his hands. He directly tore the void apart and followed the divine light. Follow quickly. Even if we can't get the divine fruit, if we can smell a few more breaths of the fragrance, it can improve our strength. These people were overjoyed. Not long after, they arrived in front of them. On the black ground there was a tree. On this tree there were 3 sparkling and translucent fruits that resembled pearls. However, there were black patterns on it, as if a black dragon was circling around it. The mysterious fragrance came from those 3 fruits. Divine fruit! There really were divine fruits. Sect Master Lei roared out madly. The eyes of the other great emperors were red as well. However, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. They all looked at the Thunder God. Thunder God closed his eyes and looked at the 3 divine fruits in front of him. He didn't move either because he could feel that there was something else around him. With a wave of his hand, a lightning blade appeared. He swept through the army, cleaving the void in half. A cracking sound could be heard as the void was torn apart by him. Then, an even bigger divine tree appeared. There were at least a few hundred fruits on it. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people all went crazy. So many divine fruits? No, it wasn't a divine fruit, but it was still better than ordinary spirit fruits. Ancestor, can I help? The sect leader of the Lei sect said excitedly. The Thunder God narrowed his eyes and said, Go ahead. I've said it before. If you follow me, your strength will definitely increase. Thank you, Ancestor. Sect Master Lei roared and rushed over. The other great emperors couldn't wait any longer. They all left one after another. Ha, I got it. Sect Master Yin Tian looked up to the sky and laughed. Sect Master Lei even waved his hand and grabbed the 5 mysterious fruits into his hand. These people were all fighting over them madly. The Thunder God turned his head and looked forward. Those 3 divine fruits were his target. Just as everyone was crazily fighting for the fruits, they didn't know that the trunk of the giant divine tree had changed. There was a beehive on the trunk. At this moment, bees flew out of it and charged forward. The sect master Yin Tian shouted coldly, Get out of my way. How could he care about a mere bee? He was a great emperor. However, something unexpected happened. The bees pierced through the sect master Yin Tian's palm. Then they flew to the spot between his eyebrows and stabbed him. The sect master Yin Tian screamed. He covered his forehead and roared crazily, Damn bees, you're courting death. He wanted to attack again, but suddenly his body trembled. His eyes widened and he fell from the sky. What happened? The people around him were stunned. Sect Master Lei gasped. He's dead. The experts of the Dark Sky sect roared. No, Sect Master, how did you die? Damn it, who did it? Who dares to plot against our sect? Buzz, buzz, buzz. No one answered. Only bees flew out of the sky. There were more and more of them. Get out of my way. Some people still didn't understand why they attacked the bees. But then another great emperor fell. There was a crack between his eyebrows, but other parts of his body were intact. Is he dead? Everyone's hair stood on end. They were terrified. Sect Master Lei roared, It's the bees. There's something wrong with them. Quickly. Then he raised his hand and made a move. A lightning-like palm covered the sky and the earth, enveloping some of the bees. The bees were knocked back. However, the bees didn't die at all. After being knocked back, they flapped their wings and attacked again. That's impossible. Sect Master Lei was a super great emperor. His palm could kill ordinary great emperors. Why aren't the bees dead? Are these bees all great emperors? Thinking of that, they were extremely terrified. There were at least a few hundred bees, if not 1,000. Retreat. God of Thunder also turned his head. How could he not notice such a big thing? He stared at the bees, and his face turned unsightly. The next moment he said, Hurry up and leave. These are God-slaying bees. What? The others were stunned when they heard that. Who is it? Who dares to use this name? How arrogant are these bees? Could it be that these bees could even kill deities? Thinking of that, their scalps went numb with fear. Retreat, retreat quickly. These people fled frantically, but it was already too late. The god-slaying bees rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Immediately, all kinds of screams rang out. Those powerhouses fell one after another. Those below the great emperor level couldn't resist at all. When the god-slaying bees approached, their bodies cracked open. The great emperors were all so extremely terrified. That was because they discovered that even if it were them, they would undoubtedly die after being stabbed. Thus, a large number of corpses fell from the sky. These people only had their glabella cracked open. The other parts of their bodies were intact. Therefore, there wasn't much blood in the sky. However, this scene was extremely strange. On the Thunder sect side, many powerhouses were also affected. Even the sect master was terrified. He was a super great emperor, so he took the bee's palm head-on. His palm was pierced, and he felt that half of his body was numb. However, he wasn't dead yet. He turned to God of Thunder and shouted, "Ancestor, please save me. Senior, please help." "Yes, Ancestor, only you can save us." At this moment, everyone was shouting. They were asking God of Thunder for help. Chapter 61:12. The God of Thunder didn't care about their cries for help. He attacked the 3 divine fruits at lightning speed, because he was also in trouble. These god-slaying bees could not only kill great emperors, but also threaten Earth immortals. He wouldn't be afraid of 1 or 2 of them, or even hundreds of them. But now, there were not only hundreds of them, but hundreds of them. There were almost 1,000 of them. If these god-slaying bees attacked him together, he would have to escape even if he didn't die. So, while these great emperors attracted the attention of the bees, he had to quickly collect the 3 divine fruits and leave this place. Damn it, these forbidden lands were truly terrifying. There were actually bees that could kill deities here. No one would believe it if they told others. The God of Thunder's huge palm covered the sky and smashed forward. However, the 3 divine fruits released a mysterious power that connected into a light screen and blocked the attack. Damn it! The God of Thunder roared and punched out, shattering heaven and earth. Even a few nearby god-slaying bees were hit by him. A single god-slaying bee was no match for an earth immortal. So at this moment, a bee was shattered, and its body split open and turned into a bloody mist. That's great! The Ancestor was indeed powerful. When the others saw this scene, they exclaimed, "If the Ancestor makes a move, he will definitely be able to kill these god-slaying bees." Let's hold on a little longer. They had just rekindled hope, but it soon turned into despair. These bees, after a few of their companions died, went completely crazy. Their eyes were red, and they attacked from all directions. Each bee was the size of a fist, and they were abnormally old. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years they had existed. It was even possible that they had grown together with the sacred tree. So at this moment, after the bees covered the sky and earth, those who were still alive couldn't resist at all. Originally, a large number of them had died, and only a dozen or so experts were left. But now, these dozen or so experts were dying one after another. In the end, only 2 of them were left. One of them was the Thundergate Master. He was a super great emperor, and he wanted to ask for help. However, it was useless. He was surrounded by a swarm of bees. When the swarm of bees left, the leader of the Lace sect fell to the ground. He was dead. Even in death, he couldn't accept it. He had already become a super great emperor. Why did he die? A bunch of trash. Can't they even delay for such a short period of time? Thunder God roared. He hadn't even shattered the light barrier yet. These people died. If that was the case, the god-slaying bees would most likely attack him. As expected, the countless god-slaying bees merged together, as if they were one with the heavens, and charged toward the Thunder God. These god-slaying bees all had extremely strong bee venom that could easily destroy everything. Seeing so many god-slaying bees, Thunder God sucked in a breath of cold air. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. With a roar, he split open the sky with both hands. Immediately, boundless divine lightning flew out. The two of them clashed, and an earth-shattering power swept out in all directions. At this moment, the people from the 9 serenities were all stupefied. That was because they discovered that a rain of blood was falling from the sky again. This must be the scene of 10 martial monarchs falling. Heavens! It was as if a huge crack had been torn in the world. Countless people were terrified. What's going on? 10 great emperors had fallen. Who was it? Did the land immortals outside make a move? Look at that place. The divine lightning there is vast and boundless. It has the power to destroy the world. It was a battle between land immortals. Who was he fighting with? Countless people were terrified. Their scalps went numb. I wonder if the land immortals of the 9 serenities can resist it? They could only pray in their hearts. There were still some land immortals in the 9 serenities. For example, the fleeing demon immortal, the pursuing flame immortal, the moon god, and the others. They were also exploring the 9 serenities. The 9 serenities was extremely mysterious. There was more than one forbidden area. Some places were very dangerous. The land immortals were very careful. At this moment, they sensed the power in the distance and turned their heads to look. What was there? It was so terrifying. On the other side, Lord Alcohol and the others also sensed it. Let's go over and take a look. The people from the god realm rushed over. When they arrived nearby, they were shocked. The Iron Blood Great Emperor said, "There are so many bees, little bees. They can actually contend with the land immortals." The Empress said, "These are god-slaying bees, right? Legend has it that even the land immortals can kill them." No way. The other powerhouses of the god realm also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so terrifying. Lord Alcohol's eyes burst out with a piercing light. There was definitely an extremely terrifying treasure in this place. He looked at the Empress and said, "It's too dangerous here. Take people and search other places. I'll go and see if there's a chance to take the divine fruits away. Then be careful." The Empress said. The others also asked, "Do you need our help?" Lord Alcohol said, "No, it's too dangerous, because even I'm not very confident. However, I have to take this risk. With these 3 divine fruits, my recovery speed will be greatly increased. Maybe I can return to the land immortal realm as soon as possible." Then the Empress, the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and the others left. Lord Alcohol stayed behind. His eyes bloomed with a piercing light. Indeed, he used to be a land immortal. However, the previous battle had caused him to be seriously injured, and his realm had dropped. He was lucky that he didn't die. Over the years, he had gradually recovered. Although he hadn't recovered to the land immortal realm yet, he was very close. However, it was already very close. Moreover, he still possessed half of the devouring sword. Therefore, his combat strength wasn't weaker than his opponent's. Moreover, this thunder god had just come out and wasn't at his peak. He could definitely fight him. In the next moment, he flew forward, and the aura on his body erupted. When the thunder god, who was fighting with the god-slaying bees, sensed this aura, his expression changed. He felt an extremely terrifying existence approaching. Who was it? He turned his head and saw Lord Alcohol. He shouted coldly, "Get lost. You want to benefit from it? Impossible." He felt that Lord Alcohol's aura was inferior to his. Lord Alcohol smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. You can't resist the god-slaying bees. Leave. I can deal with it. Give me these 3 divine fruits, and I'll let you leave safely. You're courting death." The thunder god sneered. "You're not even a land immortal. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" After saying that, he punched out. This punch was majestic and seemed to be able to tear apart the 9 heavens. It carried a supreme power. Lord Alcohol's figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then his expression became serious. "I gave you a choice to live, but you didn't choose it. Don't blame me." He took a step forward, and the black sword aura on his body erupted. At this moment, he also became extremely sharp. He was trying to be polite before resorting to force. He disdained sneak attacks. Therefore, he came out in advance to release his aura and let the other party discover him. Then he would give the other party a chance to escape. However, if the other party didn't leave, then don't blame him. Lord Alcohol waved his hand and slashed down with his sword. The black sword aura seemed to be able to devour everything. Chapter 61:13. Lord Alcohol's sword went straight for Thunder God. Thunder God was originally disdainful. However, when he sensed the sword, his expression turned incomparably ugly. How is this possible? How can your sword technique be so powerful? Damn it, I was too careless. He was sent flying by the sword. The sword technique was so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time. However, he quickly rushed over with a roar. He condensed a lightning tribulation gate. From inside, endless lightning power flew toward Lord Alcohol. At the same time, Lord Alcohol's body emitted light, forming a black hole that swallowed all the power. Damn it, what is this thing? Can Lord Alcohol's sword technique devour everything? Thunder God was dumbfounded. I don't believe it. Thunder God roared and punched the air, erupting with the power of a land immortal. Terrifying lightning bolts whizzed towards Lord Alcohol. He didn't hold back at all in this attack. Lord Alcohol's expression was extremely solemn. His body swayed, and he kept retreating. At the same time, an extremely terrifying black hole vortex appeared beside him. It devoured the power of the lightning. Finally, he retreated far away. Thunder God snorted. I told you, you're no match for me. Just as he said that, the smile on his face vanished. He realized that Lord Alcohol had retreated far away. Although Lord Alcohol had retreated far away, he wasn't injured. Was he swallowed again? He really deserved to die. At this moment, countless god-slaying bees rushed over again. Get lost. Thunder God was furious. He punched in all directions to resist the god-slaying bees. And at that moment, Lord Alcohol attacked, slashing at the 3 divine fruits with his sword. A black vortex appeared above the divine fruits, as if it was going to devour everything. It was useless. Thunder God sneered. Even he couldn't break the light barrier formed by the divine fruits, let alone the other party. However, he was stunned again in the next moment. This was because he realized that Lord Alcohol had produced a black vortex and devoured the 3 divine fruits. That's impossible. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Why does it feel more magical than a land immortal? The corners of Lord Alcohol's mouth curled up into a smile. Although there was only half of the devouring sword, it was still one of the 5 swords in the world. Its power was extremely terrifying. He swallowed the 3 divine fruits with his full strength. Then he turned around and left. Where is he going? Thor chased after him. The god-slaying bees quickly rushed over. Their target was Thor. This made Thor so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it! He was the one who snatched the divine fruit. However, it was useless. The Thunder God had killed many god-slaying bees before, so the god-slaying bees had targeted him. Damn it, there was no other way. Thunder God was enraged. If he didn't finish them off, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up to Lord Alcohol. In the next moment, he roared Thunder God Bell. With a roar, a small bell flew out from the space between his eyebrows, growing larger in the air. Boundless lightning filled the sky and enveloped all the god-slaying bees. Clang! With an earth-shattering sound, the Thunder God Bell suppressed all the god-slaying bees. The god-slaying bees continued to attack the Thunder God Bell. A thunderous sound erupted. Thunder God didn't have time to refine and collect it. He turned around and charged at Lord Alcohol. He couldn't escape. He struck out with his palm, and a peerless divine ability danced in the air. However, Lord Alcohol appeared and disappeared unpredictably, constantly using his devouring vortex to block the attacks. The battle between the two was equally earth-shattering. Another divine battle broke out. The people of the netherworld were shocked. They couldn't imagine how many Earth Immortals had appeared. In the next month, the battle didn't end at all. The battle between Lin Jian and Immortal Shin continued. 3 months later, the battle between Lord Alcohol and the Thunder God was still ongoing. However, the difference was that Lin Jian became braver as he fought. Lord Alcohol also swallowed a divine fruit, and the power in his body erupted. This battle lasted for a year. Everyone was dumbfounded, because in the past year they could feel the surging power and the destructive aura at any time. There was still no winner after a year. Damn it, you are a lunatic. Immortal Shin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had wasted a year for nothing. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. Lin Jian roared, "Where are you going?" He chased after him. On the other side, Lord Alcohol swallowed 3 divine fruits in a year. His strength erupted, and he completely entered the Earth Immortal realm. After his strength recovered, how could the Thunder God be a match for him? He was sent flying by 2 divine weapons. One of his arms was chopped off and swallowed by a black vortex. His expression became incomparably ugly. In the past year, the other party's strength had increased too quickly. Damn it, it was all because of those 3 divine fruits. If he managed to get his hands on it, he might be able to kill the other party with ease. However, he didn't have the chance now. Just you wait. With a roar, he could only turn around and escape. Humph, you are no match for me. Lord Alcohol shook his head. He didn't chase after him. Instead, he consolidated his realm. He wanted to completely refine the power of the 3 divine fruits. These 3 divine fruits had existed for tens of thousands of years. The power they contained was too surging. Lord Alcohol went into seclusion for another 2 months. In these 2 months, Lin Jian also injured Immortal Shin. Although Immortal Shin was an Earth Immortal, his blood and chi couldn't support him for such a long time. Lin Jian's fists were too terrifying. His opponent was about to go crazy. In the end, Lin Jian also roared at the sky. He absorbed the power of heaven and earth. He began to break through. Lord Alcohol's realm dropped. After recovering, there was no lightning tribulation. However, Lin Jian was different. Whether it was the previous battled arch or this time, he didn't become an Earth Immortal. Therefore, at this moment, he was advancing toward an Earth Immortal, causing an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. After Immortal Shin saw it, he instantly ran away. If he was affected by this lightning tribulation, he would definitely die. Lin Jian transcended the tribulation. The place he was at had completely turned into a land of death. No one dared to approach. The people of the 9th underworld were also extremely terrified. Some super great emperors were extremely envious. This was a divine tribulation. Once he succeeded, he would become an Earth Immortal. Whether it was his lifespan or strength, he would surpass the great emperors and reach a new realm. However, it was useless for them to be envious. Every Earth Immortal had a great opportunity. Either they were as ruthless as Lin Jian, who directly fought against an Earth Immortal with the cultivation of a super great emperor. Moreover, they didn't have the courage to fight to the death. Therefore, they could only watch enviously. Lin Jian transcended the divine tribulation for a year. A year later, he walked out of the lightning tribulation. At this moment, he had 3 divine flames on his body. He succeeded. Lin Jian roared towards the sky. It wasn't easy. One had to know that this time, it wasn't just a life and death battle. Previously, they had taken down the ancient city of the heavens. They had obtained a lot of resources inside. Therefore, they had a chance to break through. Next, Lin Jian, Lord Alcohol, and the others met up. The Fighting God, Moon God, and Guanghan Immortal had also arrived. They were about to start attacking the ancient city. Some of the ancient cities in the 9th underworld had been passed down from ancient times. Of course, not all of them had people entering. Some ancient cities were very terrifying. So far, no one dared to enter. This time they were going to attack such cities. They split into two teams. One team was led by the fighting god. The other team was led by Lord Alcohol and Lin Jon. The two teams attacked the two ancient cities in the depths of the ninth underworld. They had to take down these two ancient cities within a year. Previously, they had already spent 2 years to break through and transcend the tribulation. They only had 1 year left. This was because after this year, the people from the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Palace would enter. At that time, the battle would be even more terrifying. When they fought for the supreme treasures, it would be much more tragic. Lin Jon and the fighting god would attack on their side. On the other side, Lin Xian had already returned to the heavens. When he arrived at Shangqing City, he was also incomparably shocked. This ancient city was too mysterious. It definitely had a mysterious power. Cultivating here was far better than cultivating in the outside world. No wonder the Demon Emperor was unwilling to leave. At the same time, he also knew why the people of the Nirvana realm were so terrifying. The place where the Nirvana realm was located was the Eternal Land. There must be such an ancient city. The people of the Nirvana realm had been cultivating there since millions of years ago. How could they not be powerful? It was already very heaven-defying for the God realm to be able to fight with the Nirvana realm until now. Chapter 60, 114. Lin Xian entered Shangqing City and began to cultivate silently. He found a hall and sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. On the other side, there was another figure in the heavenly land. It was the Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Demon Emperor opened his eyes and glanced into the distance. Is this little guy here too? The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then he ignored him and slowly closed his eyes. He had his own path to walk. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. A year's time was really too short for these cultivators. In the blink of an eye. Therefore, when the third year came, all the worlds in the universe were excited. The eyes of those from the Nirvana realm burst with a piercing, cold light. They were ready to attack. This time, they were going to kill their way to the ninth underworld. Moreover, they planned to join forces with the Supreme Palace to fight against the Deity realm. After all, they were 3 years late. If the Deity realm took down a city, the situation wouldn't be good. The Supreme Palace also agreed to join forces to chase the Deity realm away first. In addition, the great emperor families in the universe were also preparing to enter. They didn't expect to capture a city. However, legend had it that there were endless treasures there. They also wanted to explore and couldn't give up. In the heavenly land, the Demon Emperor still didn't move. He stood under an ancient city wall. With his hands behind his back, no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Lin Xian was still cultivating silently. He wanted to wait for his father and Lord Alcohol to return. Some great emperors from the Nirvana realm had already started to take action. On this day, 2 figures walked out from a treasure land on the Nirvana realm. They were Master Rashi and the virtual immortal who had entered the treasure land 3 years ago. At this moment, the 2 of them were travel-worn. Their armor was broken and their bodies were injured. However, they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other and said, "Did you get the immortal art?" Master Rashi said, "I got a little." "What about you?" The virtual immortal said, "It's only 1.5 moves, but it's enough. This time I want revenge. Those guys from the Deity realm will definitely die." "I saw the saber immortal inside." Master Rashi said. The virtual immortal also nodded. "I also felt his aura. Is he still in the treasure land? He must have obtained more celestial arts, right?" A hint of envy appeared in their eyes. The celestial arts that they had obtained were only the tip of the iceberg. However, they were already excited. "I wonder how terrifying the Saber Immortal's immortal art is?" "Forget it. Let's not talk about these things for now. Let's go and report to Taishang first." Then they charged toward the ninth underworld. The 2 of them rose into the air and headed toward the Taishang's palace. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Even though the 2 of them were earthly immortals, they were still extremely respectful to the Grand Supreme, because Taishang was unfathomable. The Grand Supreme nodded slightly. It seems that all of you have gained something. I didn't open the door to the treasure land for you in vain. Right, there's one more thing. It's about time to push out our geniuses and let them verify their Tao in the universe. Hearing those words, the expressions of the virtual immortal and Master Rashi turned grave. They asked, Taishang, is there a suitable candidate? I know that in the deity realm, there's a kid who claims to be invincible. He did have some ability. Naturally, they were talking about Lin Xian, Lin Wudi. Although they didn't take him seriously, Lin Xian was very powerful among those of the same level. In fact, some great emperors weren't his match. This time, the other party wanted to verify his Tao. They had to bring out someone who could match him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to block the other party's sword. Don't worry, this time the people we send out are absolutely reliable. Go and prepare. Master Rashi and the virtual immortal left. They were also puzzled. Who is it? Not long after they went out, they saw a figure. It was a young man with delicate features. He wore a long robe and stood there. In his eyes, there was a biting cold saber intent that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. Behind him, there were two great emperors. They stood there and bowed slightly. With two great emperors as his followers, this young man's extravagance could be said to have reached the peak. Greetings, Uncle Masters. The long-robed young man in front of them smiled and said when he saw the virtual immortal and Master Rashi. The virtual immortal and Master Rashi were surprised. They knew this person. He was indeed a genius of the Nirvana realm. Moreover, he could be said to be a top genius. His name was Dao Qin. He was the son of the Saber Immortal. Needless to say, his talent and bloodline were definitely top-notch. Moreover, his saber technique was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he could already kill great emperors when he was just a quasi-Earth emperor. Junior nephew Dao Qin, if you want to verify your Tao, there will be no mistakes. Master Rashi and the virtual immortal laughed. Of course. I don't think there's anyone in this universe who can compete with me, right? I'm not afraid of anyone in the same generation. His voice was filled with infinite confidence. He indeed had the right to be so arrogant, because regardless of family background, bloodline, talent, or cultivation technique, he was extremely powerful. If it weren't for the fact that the Nirvana realm needed the first person in the universe to verify their Tao, he would have broken through and become a great emperor long ago. He stayed here to be the first person to verify his Tao after the deity ground. There's no time to lose. Let's get ready. These people began to move. Some of them went to Juyou, while the others prepared to protect the Tao. Two ancient cities in Juyou had already been opened at this moment. Lin Zhan, the Dozhan god of war, and the others stood on the city walls with gratified smiles. They had already seized the opportunity to take down the two cities. Let's go. It's time for Xian to verify his Tao. They left one after another. Juyou had come to an end for now. Now Lin Xian had verified his Tao, which was the most important thing. This was because after Lin Xian verified his Tao, he would have a chance to go to the land of destiny. That was a place that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. They were going to change a person's fate. Only Lin Xian had a chance to enter that place. These people set off and returned to the heavenly land. At the same time, the people in Juyou didn't feel relieved. In the past year, the people of the God realm didn't make a move on those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But a year later, more people came. In the sky, countless black shadows descended like dark clouds. The oppressive atmosphere made the people in Juyou feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Some families and powerhouses sighed. They knew that a great battle was about to come. Although the people of the God realm were powerful, they only went to the forbidden lands of life. They couldn't enter those places in the first place. Only the earth immortals would be angry. The others would only be envious. However, it was different this time. There were too many people who came this time. There were quasi-emperors below the great emperor, peerless geniuses, and some great emperors. The treasures that these people wanted to snatch were all needed by Geo. Therefore, the battle would probably be even more intense than before. Sure enough, in the universe, a great battle broke out on the first day that the powerhouses entered. Those people in Geo roared angrily. In the next few days, battles broke out from time to time. There were young geniuses who challenged everyone. There were top great emperors who swept through everything. The people in Geo weren't to be trifled with. For example, the Geo Beast clan was very angry. They sent out a few powerhouses to sweep through everything. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sects in the universe were destroyed. Chapter 61:15. The Xia family also made a move. Even the Taotai clan had been targeted by others. However, it was fortunate that the Taotai clan had previously offered up many treasure maps. Hence, the people from the deity domain would also protect them. This made the people of the Taotai clan endlessly grateful. Now, they finally knew how important Lin Xian's promise was. Without the help of the people of the deity plane, the Taotai clan would probably be annihilated in no time. Not only the Taotai clan, but the people of the deity plane also sent out a message. Anyone who joined the deity plane would be protected. Countless families and sects yearned for it. The deity plane had many earth immortals, so they all headed over to join. The people of the Permethar realm also sent out an order. Those who submitted to them could live, but those who joined the Divine Union region would definitely die. The same was true for the Supreme Palace. They started to recruit people crazily. Even some ancient existences in the 9 Serenities ground had revived. All kinds of forces were fighting in this world. At the same time, there was another message in the universe. Someone was preparing to prove their Tao. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Proving one's Tao in the universe was something that hadn't happened in many years. Although there were many great emperors and even earth immortals, they didn't prove their Tao in the universe. The familiar great emperors in the universe were Heavenly Emperor Yi and the Void Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, the Phoenix Great Land, the Qilin Great Emperor, and so on. These were all great emperors who had proven their Tao in the universe. After these great emperors, who could become the new Tao verifier in the universe, the Permethar realm had sent out 7 peerless geniuses, all of whom had a chance to prove their Tao. For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. It was unbelievable. Was the Permethar realm that powerful? The Supreme Palace had also sent out 3 geniuses. In addition, there were some ancient families and geniuses who felt that this was an opportunity. For a moment, more than a dozen boundary emperors had a chance to prove their Tao. These people would rise, and there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle between the heavens and the earth. The people of the high heavens, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others had returned. In Upper Azure City, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Great, are they finally back? Lin Xian asked about the situation in the 9 Serenities ground and found that the situation was surprisingly good. They had already taken down 2 ancient cities. Does that mean I can affirm my Tao under the starry sky? Lin Xian asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. Lin Zhan nodded. The time has come. You can verify your Tao. However, Xian, are you sure you want to walk the path of a celestial? If you were to simply walk the divine Tao or the immortal Tao, your Tao affirmation would be absolutely foolproof. However, if you want to walk the path of immortals, even if you have the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, you won't be able to walk the path of immortals. Then, your chances of success won't be too high. In fact, it won't even be 50%. You have to think carefully. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes shone with determination. He said, Father, I've made up my mind. I want to walk the path of immortals. He had prepared for so long just so that he could walk this path. Otherwise, he would have long proven his Tao and become a martial monarch. Okay, then go, we'll protect you. All you need to do is defeat your competitors. You don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard that. Are there many people who want to affirm their Tao? For the past 3 years, he had been cultivating an upper Qingqing and didn't know what was going on outside. Lord Alcohol came over and said, "That's right. The Nirvana realm has sent out 7 quasi-emperors. The Supreme Hall has 3. In addition, there are other families and sects in the universe. There are 5 in total." In other words, there were a total of 15 people who wanted to compete with Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This was really beyond his expectations. He originally thought that even if the Nirvana realm stopped him, they would only send out 1 or 2. He didn't expect that they would send out 7. But so what? He didn't care even if there were 70 of them. After adjusting his state, Lin Xian set off. He left the heavenly land and headed for the universe. While Lin Xian was flying, a great battle had already broken out. 2 battles. One battle was between the Nirvana realm and an ancient family in the universe. The 2 powerhouses who were about to affirm their Tao were fighting. In the end, the powerhouse of the clan of the ancients died on the spot. This shocked countless people. Did a genius who was about to affirm his Tao die just as the battle began? It was too unbelievable. The other battle was between the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Hall. Both sides had suffered losses. It seemed that the situation was more tragic than expected. Who was it? Who would succeed in the end? Someone said, "I remember that there's another genius. It's Lin Wudi." "Yes, it's him." "Hasn't he appeared yet?" "I think he should have. He won't miss this battle." Sure enough, the people on planet Tibetan were also talking about it. In their memory, Lin Wudi had always been an invincible existence. He could kill a great emperor even if he wasn't a great emperor. Now he had finally reached the step of affirming his Tao. Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Xue Qi, and the others were also nervous. Would Lin Xian appear? Because they hadn't seen Lin Xian in the past 3 years. However, on this day, Lin Xian finally appeared. Lin Xian appeared in the starry sky of the universe. The first sentence he said was, "I want to affirm my Tao. Those who are not convinced can fight me." As soon as these words came out, the world was in an uproar. Everyone in the universe was stunned. It seemed that a top-level battle was about to break out. That was for sure. How could the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Hall let it go? Now, they also knew that the Nirvana realm was a supreme existence. There was more than one Earth immortal. The 7 geniuses they had pushed out were absolutely terrifying. Although the Supreme Hall was a little weak, they couldn't be underestimated. Boasting shamelessly. "I'll kill you." The person closest to the buried Emperor Star was a top genius from the Nirvana realm. He was called Xuelang. He said, "Lin Wudi, I will personally twist your head off." After saying this, he charged towards the buried Emperor Star. When the people on the buried Emperor Star heard this news, they also became nervous. Could Lin Xian withstand it? At the same time, the eyes of everyone in the universe also looked over. They wouldn't miss any Tao affirmation battle. Boom! On this day, a huge projection suddenly appeared outside the buried Emperor Star, blocking the sun. The buried Emperor Star was covered by dark clouds. On the planet, countless people looked up at the sky. What a terrifying aura! What was that? Was a peerless powerhouse attacking? Those remote antiquity families and peerless great sects were also facing a great enemy. Some great emperor families took out extreme weapons to defend themselves. The might of extreme weapons swept in all directions. Obviously, this kind of defense would only be used in an extremely urgent situation. Everyone was horrified. Who on earth was it? Could it be that other great emperors had come to attack? It couldn't be, right? Shouldn't these great emperors go to the netherworld? Why would they have the time to come to the buried Emperor Star? That was indeed the case. Now, as long as they had the strength and courage, they would go to the netherworld to look for opportunities. Generally, great emperors rarely went to other planets. The people of the Gu family used their void divine ability to investigate. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed to be a demonic beast. It was a werewolf. The scene they saw appeared in front of them using a formation. After the people on the buried Emperor Star saw it, they exclaimed in shock. It was a 3-meter-tall werewolf. It had a wolf head and looked extremely ferocious. Chapter 61:16. This werewolf's entire body was snow white, but his eyes were incomparably red, carrying a monstrous blood aura. Anyone who looked at him would feel their scalp go numb. The people of the Wind Clan said, "This can't be the legendary Blood Wolf who is about to prove his Tao, right?" "That's right, it should be him." The people of the Phoenix Clan also frowned. It seemed that he didn't have any immortal chi on him, so he wasn't a great emperor. Then he was a quasi-emperor. No wonder he came out to prove his Tao. What was he doing here? Could it be that he was here for Lin Xian? Everyone was discussing. At this moment, Blood Wolf in the sky said coldly, "Lin Wuti, where are you? Come out and die." At this moment, he was like an immortal looking down. His cold voice sounded in the hidden Emperor Star, spreading to everyone's ears. Everyone's soul shook. At this moment, whether it was a powerful sage or a weak martial artist, they all looked up at the sky. Lin Wuti's name was like thunder in the ears of the hidden Emperor Star. He was the top genius of the hidden Emperor Star, the person with the most hope of proving his Tao. Now, someone had come to find Lin Wuti. The other party's blood aura was really too strong, as if it could envelop the entire world. In the ancient city of the Holy Plains, the people of the sect also took a deep breath. The savage wilderness ancestor, fantasy world ancestor, and the others exclaimed, "He's here." The people of the Divine Union were the same. They were all nervous. Lin Xian opened his eyes. "Is the first opponent finally here?" "Good. Let me see what these geniuses of the Permitha, Heavenly King, are capable of." After saying that, he got up and walked into the distance. "Lin Wuti, if you don't come out, I'll start to destroy the families and sects below." Blood Wolf in the sky couldn't wait any longer. His eyes released a biting, cold, killing intent, and then he slapped down with his claws. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers below shattered and turned into ashes. Not good. The people of the Yi clan roared and used an extreme Tao attack to block this attack. "Don't go too far." The great emperor families also frowned. "Too arrogant." Blood Wolf snorted. "Extreme Tao weapon? However, it can be compared to the Permitha who has immortal chi. You don't want to die, right? If you dare to meddle in my affairs again, I'll turn your clan into ashes." After hearing this, the Yi family members frowned. How arrogant! Just when they were about to say something, another figure appeared in the sky. This was a young man with delicate features and a tall and straight figure. It was Lin Wuti. The Yi family members cried out in alarm. Everyone in the hidden Emperor Star looked up at the sky. They shouted, "Lin Wuti is out." "Great. Lin Wuti, teach that despicable guy a lesson." "That's right, it's just a demonic beast. What's there to be arrogant about? You actually dared to come to our hidden Emperor Star and behave atrociously." Countless people were furious. If it weren't for the Yi clan, the previous attack would have been enough to annihilate thousands of clans. "Are you Lin Wuti?" Xuelang looked down at the young man in front of him with a disdainful smile. "I thought you were a coward who didn't dare to come out. If you had come out any later, I would have exterminated half of the clans in the hidden Emperor Star. At that time, I will destroy the hidden Emperor Star." Xuelang's arrogant voice made everyone angry. However, they were also in despair. Perhaps only a top-notch expert with an extreme weapon would be able to contend against him. In fact, they might not even be able to kill him. Xuelang's chi and blood were too terrifying. Just a projection of him was enough to make countless experts in the hidden Emperor Star tremble. Only a true great emperor would be able to contend against him. Lin Xian looked at Xuelang, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "You were the one who attacked just now, right? Which claw did you use? Cut it down." Lin Xian's voice also resounded in all directions. Countless people were extremely excited. "Look, this is a peerless expert." Everyone was terrified. The moment Lin Xian came up, he denounced the other party. He was standing up for them. How could the people of the Hidden Emperor Star not be excited? Boy, you're courting death. Xuelang was completely furious. One of his claws covered the sky and the earth, and he clawed forward. The aura on this claw was powerful, surpassing all quasi-emperors. Even a great emperor would be shocked by this. Sure enough, the people of the remote antiquity families and the imperial clans below all changed their expressions. How could the otherworld, heavenly king, cultivate such a terrifying expert? Was the gap between them really so big? Lin Xian sneered, "You don't know your own strength." He raised his palm and waved it forward. With a puff, the void was split in half, and Xuelang's claw was also cut off. Blood spurted out, and the broken claw fell from the sky. Boom! The void shattered, and a deep pit appeared below. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Xuelang was so terrifying that if Lin Xian wanted to fight him, it would be a shocking battle. They were all ready to enjoy the battle between the top experts. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would cut off Xuelang's claw with a light slash. The gap in strength was a little big. Thinking of this, they all became excited. Had Lin Wuti reached an unfathomable level? That was great. Snow Wolf let out a blood-curdling scream as his face turned extremely ugly. He was shocked. How can you have such terrifying power? This was impossible. He was really scared out of his wits. To be honest, he had never taken any quasi-emperors seriously. In his opinion, although he was not a great emperor yet, however, his only opponent was the great emperor. Apart from the few geniuses of the otherworld heavenly king, no one else could defeat him. As for the famous Lin Wuti in the starry sky, in his opinion, he was just the king of a group of ants. No matter how strong he was just an ant. How could he compete with a true dragon? However, the result of the matter was beyond his expectations. Damn it, I was careless just now. Go to hell now. Xuelang roared, and the entire Hidden Emperor Star echoed with the terrible howl of a wolf. Countless people's souls were about to crack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You. He waved his fist. At this moment, his divine body was like a sun war god, and every punch was like the arrival of the sun. After one punch, one of Xuelang's arms was broken. Another punch broke one of Xuelang's legs. After 3 punches, Xuelang's body was penetrated and blood stained the sky. An incomparably miserable voice sounded. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, Xuelang's soul screamed. How was this possible? This power was really too strong. It was so strong that he couldn't resist it. He wanted to escape. However, the 4th punch came, penetrating the bloody mist and directly hitting his soul. No. Before he could say anything, his soul was smashed into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. Was he dead? Below, on the Hidden Emperor Star, countless people looked at this scene in shock. Such a terrifying Xuelang, who had the hope of proving his Tao, was killed by Lin Xian. His body and soul were destroyed. Strong. He was really too strong. Everyone swallowed their saliva. At the same time, the people watching the battle in the dark were also in an uproar. Lin Wuti had killed a genius of the otherworld, heavenly king. This news spread throughout the universe like a storm. Everyone was shocked. This was the second powerhouse to die since the Battle of Tao Validation began. Chapter 61:17. Lin Xian's battle had shocked everyone. To be honest, in the past few years, Lin Xian had either been in the heavenly land or the abysmal underworld. He was either in seclusion or cultivating. He rarely appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Therefore, although his reputation was still there, fewer and fewer people had seen him fight. As a result, the new rising generation of the younger generation had doubts about his strength. Did Lin Xian really have invincible power? Was he really as powerful as the legend said? They didn't quite believe it. Especially later, 7 experts from the Nirvana realm came out and swept through everything, which made them even more terrified. In their opinion, Lin Xian couldn't resist them. However, this battle made everyone know that Lin Xian really did have invincible power. In the starry sky, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the blood mist that filled the sky condensed again, turning into the body of Xuelang. Then, Lin Xian threw out a chain of laws and hung it in the starry sky. At the same time, Lin Xian used his sword as a pen and engraved a biting cold handwriting. "Those who offend the Emperor's star will be killed." When the pen fell, the killing intent was shocking. Everyone in the universe felt it. They were shocked. Not only did he kill Xuelang, but he also hung Xuelang's body in the starry sky for countless people to see. This was a slap to the Nirvana realm's face. As expected, the news spread. The other geniuses of the Nirvana realm went on an expedition to the universe. When they heard this, they frowned. What an arrogant Lin Wuti. "I'll kill him." What? Xuelang is dead? That's impossible. His strength isn't much weaker than ours. The few Tao Vindicators frowned. On the other side, there was a handsome man. He was Dao Qin. Hearing this, he shook his head slightly. "Xuelang is too weak. Lin Wuti is a little interesting. If he can sweep through everything, he will be my ultimate opponent. But now, he's not qualified for me to make a move." Among these 7 people, Dao Qin was also one of the Tao Vindicators. Moreover, he was the most important one. The other 6 were probably to confuse the enemy. Dao Qin was the strongest one, and up until now, he still didn't think he had a match. He didn't make a move, but someone else did. The second one to attack was a woman from the otherworld heavenly palace. Her name was Dai Qinggu. This woman was dressed in colorful clothes and was very beautiful. Moreover, she was able to charm the world. As a Tao verifier, she immediately attracted a lot of attention after coming out. For a moment, those young geniuses and outstanding experts were all bewitched by her. They all prostrated themselves before her pomegranate skirt. In fact, there was another person in the universe who wanted to prove his Tao. However, after seeing Dai Qinggu, his soul also fell for her. Now, he had become Dai Qinggu's follower. Young people flocked to him like ducks. However, the experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. This woman's soul energy was simply too powerful. If he were to get too close to her, his soul would probably sink into oblivion forever, never to return. In the end, they would only become living zombies, walking corpses. "Lin Wuti, be my follower." On this day, Dai Qinggu uttered. Wherever she passed, countless people's eyes became dazed as their souls were controlled. "Go and bring back Xuelang's corpse. Whoever does it well will be rewarded." Hearing this, the eyes of the thousands of followers behind her turned red. They all moved out. Soon, these people arrived in the starry sky near the hidden Emperor star. They began to attack, bombarding the chains of law. They quickly left with Xuelang's corpse. When the people of the hidden Emperor star saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Was someone attacking? Xuelang's corpse was taken away by someone. Were the people from the other world, heavenly palace here? They were facing a great enemy. However, when they saw the scene in the starry sky, they were all stunned. It wasn't the people from the otherworld heavenly palace, but some young people from all over the universe. These young people were also quite strong. However, compared to the Tao verifiers, they were still a lot weaker. Moreover, these people's eyes were red and they looked like they had gone crazy. The souls of these people were being controlled. What was going on? Who was so generous? Many people frowned. When the people of the Divine Union saw this scene, they were also worried. Should they snatch it back? Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No need. Didn't the otherworld, heavenly palace, send 7 geniuses? When the time comes, I'll kill these 7 geniuses and hang their corpses in the starry sky. That would be a spectacular sight. When the people of the Divine Union heard this, they felt dizzy. Just thinking about it made them excited. This way, the otherworld heavenly palace would probably go crazy. In the next few days, everyone was discussing. However, on this night, a voice was transmitted to the hidden Emperor Star, ringing in everyone's ears. It was this terrifying power again. Everyone was shocked. The previous roar of Xuelang had made everyone's souls tremble. This time it was a woman's voice. It was incomparably pleasant and charming. After hearing this, everyone felt their blood boil, as if their souls were about to be hooked away. It was indeed powerful. The older generation people could still resist. However, the younger generation people felt as if their bodies were about to split open. Their souls were about to leave their bodies and fly into the distance, to the side of the owner of this voice. In an instant, countless clans and sects were terrified. They wanted to stop it, but they realized that they couldn't stop these souls from leaving. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His voice echoed throughout the hidden Emperor Star. Instantly, his voice was like a thunderous sword, slicing through the void and destroying the void. It completely destroyed the charming voice. When the souls returned to their bodies, they were all dumbfounded. Damn it! What had happened? Their backs were drenched in sweat. Their souls seemed to have disappeared. This was too scary. Who was this person? Across the endless starry sky, a single sentence had nearly destroyed their souls. Little brat, why aren't you thanking Lin Gongzi? Just now, it was young Master Lin Wudi who had attacked. Otherwise, your soul would have been destroyed. What? It was Lin Gongzi? His strength had already reached such a level? A single voice from the other party could affect the entire world. He was indeed strong. Many thanks to Lin Gongzi. At this moment, countless youths on the hidden Emperor's Star bowed in the direction of the Divine Union. As for Lin Xian, he had already left the Divine Union and was walking in the sky. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't worry. I'll kill the charming thing. Let's go and watch the battle." Some of the more powerful ones soared into the sky. As for the youths, they begged, "Master, please take me with you." "Yes, grandfather. I'll definitely train hard next month. This time, can you take me to have a look, okay?" "That's right. Lin Wudi is a genius from our hidden Emperor Star. He's going to prove his Tao. This is a rare sight in 10,000 years. Can you bear to let me miss it? I'm afraid of you. Come with me. Stay away from me. Don't wander around in the starry sky." These old men also sighed. Next, they brought their disciples and grand-disciples or members of their families and soared into the sky. They wanted to cross the starry sky and observe. As for those without strength, they didn't need to be afraid. The Gu family had specially opened a spatial passage and projected it onto the hidden Emperor Star. Everyone could see it. Chapter 6118. At this moment, the starry sky was boiling. Everyone followed Lin Xian to watch the battle. After Dai Qinggu got the news, she chuckled. She looked at the thousands of followers behind her and said with a smile, "Who will kill him for me?" "Me. I'll go. Let me do it." The people around her scrambled to be the first. However, Dai Qinggu had her eyes on one person. After all, Lin Xian had the title of Invincible and was very powerful. The others were no match for him at all. Moreover, this was a battle of doctrine attainment. It had to be other doctrine attainment cultivators. Fortunately, this time, there was another doctrine attainment cultivator among her followers. He was a disciple of a clan of the ancients. This person was called Zhuangyu, and he was very powerful. Moreover, he was very lucky. He had received the inheritance of 2 great emperors. Dai Qinggu was very relieved to have him fight. Before long, Lin Xian arrived. He was like a god of war, standing in all directions. "People of the Nirvana realm, do you dare to fight with me?" Lin Xian's voice sounded like thunder. The followers on the opposite side all shouted coldly, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you compete with the fairy? That's right, get out of here, or we'll kill you." These people roared crazily. At this moment, Dai Qinggu was a supreme goddess in front of them. Lin Xian frowned and snorted coldly, "A bunch of trash! His voice carried an invincible power, which made these people bleed from their 7 orifices. Your opponent is me. Zhuangyu walked over, and an extremely cold light burst out of his eyes. You? Lin Xian frowned. This person is very powerful. He was the top existence among the quasi-emperors. Why was he also bewitched? Behind him, the people of the Phoenix clan who were watching the battle also said, Lin Gongzi, be careful. This person is not ordinary. His name was Zhuangyu, and he was also one of the doctrine attainment cultivators this time. It was said that he had received the inheritance of 2 great emperors, and his strength was very terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Oh, really? But so what? Lin Xian wasn't even afraid of 2 great emperors, let alone the inheritances of great emperors. Since you're a Tao Vindicator, you're qualified to fight me. Lin Xian walked out, his aura exploding continuously. The others were all nervous. What kind of terrifying strength would the 2 successors of great emperors have? Boom! Zhuang, you also walked out. In the next moment, a monstrous bloody aura erupted from his body. Everyone felt as if they had gone mad. It was as if hell had descended upon them. Zhuang, you actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. How many experts had he killed? Countless people were shocked. The expressions of those from the monarch clan also changed. No, this was the inheritance of a great emperor. Only the inheritance of a martial monarch could produce such a terrifying, murderous aura. He wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Now, the Golden Age had begun, and the great emperors from 1,000,000 years ago had appeared. There were even some that were millions of years old. These martial monarchs had existed for many eras. Which 2 martial monarchs had he obtained? No one knew either. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Make your move. You only have 1 chance. Lin Xian said indifferently, You're courting death. Zhuangyu was also angry. A blood-colored long saber appeared in his hand. The saber slashed down, turning into a shocking saber shadow that swept across heaven and earth. The momentum of this saber was too powerful. No one below the great emperor could block it. Lin Xian took a step forward. 9 Suns' divine fist. A golden fist illuminated the surroundings and hit the long saber. With a clang, the 2 collided. The saber light flickered, the long saber swayed, and qi and blood swept in all directions. Lin Xian said, It's useless. Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me too much. Lin Xian's 9 Suns' divine body had already reached the major success stage, so this saber couldn't hurt him at all. Shadowless sword. At this moment, Zhuangyu attacked again. There was no light on his body. However, Lin Xian seemed to have been hit by the sword qi, and his 9 Suns' divine body shook. What happened? The spectators were stunned. Where did the attack come from? Even Lin Xian's face changed. What a powerful sword qi. However, he didn't see it. Behind him, Dai Qinggu raised the corners of her mouth when she saw this scene. Shadowless sword. Zhuangyu appeared. This sword qi was without a trace and couldn't be captured at all. Lin Wudi, how are you going to block it? Shadowless sword was also the inheritance of the great emperor, and it was an extremely terrifying and strange inheritance. People below the great emperor couldn't capture this sword technique at all. Sure enough, next, thunderous sounds kept coming from Lin Xian's body, and his qi and blood were rolling. Zhuangyu said, See, you're no match for me. Next, I'm going to use my killing move. Was Lin Wudi being restrained? The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying light. A swordsman? Then you deserve to be taken seriously. After that, he let out a long roar, opened his rinnegan, and turned into a reincarnation sword shadow. It whizzed past. Everyone saw that a sword light flashed out of Lin Xian's right eye and stabbed forward. Ah! With a scream, Zhuangyu's figure stopped in midair. The powerful murderous aura on his body slowly disappeared. Then, with a plop, he fell in the starry sky. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Those experts looked forward and gasped. Zhuang Yu's soul had been destroyed. No way. He killed Zhuang Yu with one glance. God, Lin Wuti, what did you just do? Everyone went crazy. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Dai Qingwu's followers were trembling. Dai Qingwu also frowned tightly. The power of reincarnation. Damn it, this guy. She gritted her teeth. How dare you kill him? On the other side, a group of masters rushed out. They were murderous and stared at Lin Xian. They were the people of the Zhuang family. Zhuang Yu was their top genius and had hope of proving his Tao. But they didn't expect that this time, not only did he fail to prove his Tao, but he was also killed. They couldn't bear it. Damn kid. An extremely terrifying light erupted from those masters, and terrifying laws swept through the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Stupid thing, the battle of proving one's Tao is the most important battle. Life and death are not involved. If you don't even have this awareness, then what are you trying to prove your Tao? As long as it's a battle of proving one's Tao, no matter who the enemy is. I'll do my best. It's normal for him to be killed. If I'm killed in the battle of proving one's Tao, no one will say anything. Does the Zhuang family still want to fight?" Lin Xian pointed his sword forward, and his voice was sonorous. The other people were also spiritedly discussing the matter. Some young geniuses were frightened. They thought that there was only one winner in the battle of proving one's Tao. If they lost, they could still become quasi-emperors. But how could it be so simple? There was no life and death in the battle of proving one's Tao. Once they stepped on the path of proving one's Tao, life and death no longer belonged to them. If they failed, they might die. The battle of proving one's Tao is so cruel. A young genius sighed. The others were also frightened. Is this the path of becoming a great emperor? Many great emperors had appeared in this golden era, making everyone think that great emperors were no longer so precious. But now it seemed that this was not the case at all. What they saw was the appearance of great emperors from millions or even tens of millions of years ago. This was not the great emperors of an era at all. This was the gathering of great emperors of countless eras. It was too difficult for a great emperor to appear in an era. Now, their era had yet to produce a great emperor. Lin Xian and the others were about to take this path. And this path had just begun, and it was already so terrifying. There were already 3 top quasi-emperors who had fallen. If these 3 quasi-emperors didn't die, they would still be super powerhouses, even if they didn't become great emperors. But now their hearts and souls were all destroyed. The people of the Zhuang family also fell silent. Although they were unwilling, the old master of the Zhuang family came out. He shouted coldly, "Aren't you ashamed? Come back." The people of the Zhuang family had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave. In a fair battle, there was nothing they could say if they were inferior. "It's your turn." Lin Xian turned his gaze and stared at Di Qingguo. Chapter 60-119. Was he going to continue fighting? Didn't he need to rest? Countless people were surprised. After all, Lin Xian had just finished a fight. However, some people said, "I don't think so." After all, Lin Wuti only glanced at his opponent. Everyone was speechless. A Tao validation expert was killed with a glare. That was too terrifying. Would Dai Qingguo be able to withstand it? Some people were puzzled. Others said, not necessarily. Zhuang Yu was so strong, but he was still bewitched by Dai Qingguo. Dai Qingguo's methods were very strange. Dai Qingguo also stood up lazily. Her figure was graceful, and her every move was full of charm. She attracted the attention of countless people. She said, "That trash Zhuang Yu is really trash. I originally thought that he would be able to take 100 or 200 moves. I didn't expect that he would be killed by you with a glance. What a trash." Hearing this, Some people from the Zhuang family went crazy. Their top geniuses were actually called trash. Damn it. However, they didn't dare to do anything because of Dai Qingwu's identity. They could only go crazy with anger. You don't have to talk about him. In my eyes, you are also trash. You don't even dare to fight me head-on. You don't have the qualifications to prove your Dao. Also, that Xuelang was extremely arrogant, but his strength was only SOSO. Do the other world, Heavenly King, only have such geniuses? You are really disappointing. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You'll pay the price for your eloquence. The smile on Dai Qingwu's face became even more charming. Those who were familiar with her would know that she was really angry. The more charming her smile was, the more terrifying her soul bewitchment technique was. Sure enough, some of the older generation experts' souls shook. They quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look again. The young disciples beside them were in a daze. It was as if their souls had been taken away. Your soul bewitchment technique is useless against me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. His voice was like the roar of a true dragon, resounding through the 9 heavens. The people of the Divine Union had also come. They were watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they snorted coldly. You want to bewitch the Union leader with this little ability? Ridiculous. This woman was too stupid. The people on the Hidden Emperor Star are also very excited. Lin Gongzi, please make a move. Lin Gongzi had defeated her in an instant. Dai Qingwu's followers shouted coldly. Who is Lin Wudi? Do you have the ability to call yourself invincible? That's right, the fairies were the strongest. Fairy, I love you. Fairy, let us go. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. The eyes of these followers were red. They were incomparably crazy. Dai Qingwu's smile became even wider. She looked forward and gently exhaled a fragrant breath. This aura turned into countless butterflies that flew forward and danced gracefully. It was a very beautiful sight. This is a secret soul technique. Don't look at it. The older generation disciples quickly covered the eyes of the younger geniuses. If they were to be glanced at, they would probably never be able to find their souls. It's useless to me. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he spat out a sword qi, killing all of the butterflies. He said in a clear voice, I have the great dragon sword which is invincible. Don't try to confuse me. Do you have any other abilities? If not, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. Humph. Dai Qingwu snorted coldly. She waved her hand, and a long whip appeared in her hand. She swung it fiercely. At the same time, she flicked her finger, and a drop of black blood flew out. This drop of blood carried an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, it pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shattering the entire starry sky. At the same time, Dai Qingwu's eyes became even more blurred as she kept tearing Lin Xian's soul. Her first attack was a fatal blow. One had to admit that this woman was really too terrifying. Good timing. Lin Xian nodded. This is what a Dao affirmation should look like. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he quickly rushed over. He didn't dodge at all. With the strength of his physique, he directly tore the starry sky into pieces. Then he threw a punch. This punch was like the punch of a god splitting the world apart. Boom! The 9 suns' divine fist was extremely terrifying. A greater success divine body could compete with a great emperor. At this moment, Lin Xian went all out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Dai Qingwu kept dodging. Her figure was incomparably graceful. There were thousands of butterflies around her, and she could instantly teleport to each of them. These butterflies could not only confuse souls, but when they split open, they would also be a destructive force. The hearts of everyone in the universe pounded wildly. This woman was too terrifying. Perhaps just these butterflies alone could instantly turn the people of a world into puppets. Another shocking confrontation ensued. Dai Qingwu retreated, and a few cracks appeared on her body. Her body was almost torn to pieces. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and dripped into the starry sky, dyeing the starlight under her feet red. "Damn it! How dare you hurt the fairy? I'll fight it out with you. Damn it!" When the followers saw this scene, their eyes turned red and they rushed over crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand, and thousands of people were sent flying. "Lin Wuti, you've completely angered me." The smile on Dai Qingwu's face disappeared, replaced by a touch of coldness. A pair of butterfly wings appeared on her back, and dreamy laws surrounded her. At the same time, countless lines appeared in her eyes. Buzz! Then everyone's souls shook. In a trance, they saw a huge butterfly figure fly out from the top of Dai Qingwu's head and attack Lin Xian. Was this an out-of-body experience? She wanted to kill Lin Xian with the power of her soul. Everyone was dumbfounded. The divine fire on Lin Xian's body flickered, but he didn't use the power of the divine body. Instead, he said loudly, "You've always been proud of your soul. Do you really think that your soul is invincible? Let me show you what it means to be invincible." Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan, and 6 worlds formed between heaven and earth. Reincarnation. With a low shout, the 6 worlds quickly enveloped and swallowed Dai Qingwu's soul. Dai Qingwu let out a miserable cry. "No, get out of my way!" Her wings danced, her jade-like hands flapped, and the power of her soul was incomparably vast. However, she seemed insignificant in front of the 6 worlds. In the end, her body was torn apart, and she fell into the 6 worlds and disappeared. Boom! Dai Qingwu's soul was killed and her body fell. Was another one dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. How long had it been? Another Dao verifier had fallen, and it was an even more powerful Nirvana realm genius. When Dai Qingwu died, the thousands of followers under her control also held their heads and screamed, "Ah, my soul!" Their souls were also turned into ashes, and they went to the Yellow Springs with Dai Qingwu. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Some of the younger disciples were so scared that their bodies trembled. If they were controlled before, wouldn't it mean that they were dead now? "I'm not dead yet." However, at this moment, a resentful voice sounded. "As long as I control the souls of people, I can instantly absorb the power of their souls, and I can still fight." Dai Qingwu's voice came from the 6 worlds again. Everyone was shocked. This woman was so terrifying. She was enveloped by the 6 worlds, and she was still alive. Even Lin Xian was surprised. She forcefully seized the soul power of others to strengthen herself. She was indeed strong. In the 6 worlds, Dai Qingwu had absorbed the soul power of her followers, and her body became incomparably huge. She had come back from the 6 worlds again. "Lin Wuti, you're the one who's dead." She rushed over quickly. Lin Xian shook his head and sneered, "Stupid." Reincarnation sword. At a glance, the phantom of the reincarnation sword descended and split Dai Qingwu's soul. This time, Dai Qingwu was completely gone. Chapter 6120. Everyone was dumbfounded. The starry sky was silent. After a while, they realized that Dai Qingwu's soul could no longer come back. They broke out in cold sweat. Is she really dead? The second genius of the Nirvana realm had died in the hands of Lin Xian. Including Zhuangyu, there were 3 doctrine vindicators. Lin Xian was too strong. Continue. Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't think it was enough. What was the Nirvana realm doing? Although these people were strong, how could they not know his strength? He had fought with the Nirvana realm emperor many times. Those people should know his strength. Why did they send these people? Were they here to die? In Lin Xian's eyes, these people were merely stepping stones that would allow him to gradually increase his aura. In the end, he would become truly invincible. With doubts, Lin Xian continued on his way to find the next doctrine vindicator. The news of this battle also spread. 2 doctrine vindicators had died in the hands of Lin Xian, which caused an uproar. He was too strong. No one could defeat him. From the looks of it, the Tao vindication this time would definitely be Lin Xian. He was really invincible. Everyone had the same thought. However, on this day, there was a piece of news that stunned everyone again. In fact, there were even quite a few people who changed their minds. Dao Qin, the doctrine vindicator of the Nirvana realm, killed a great emperor in 3 strikes in the world of ice and snow. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. He killed a great emperor in 3 strikes. What kind of strength was this? And this person was also a doctrine vindicator. He was a doctrine vindicator of the Nirvana realm. Heavens! How terrifying was this person's strength? Countless people were terrified. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to kill a great emperor in 3 strikes. Was this the real expert of the Nirvana realm? Countless people fell silent. The people of the clan of the ancients and the great sects also frowned. They were discussing. The Nirvana realm had sent out 7 people. Most of them were fake and only a few were real. This Dao Qin was probably the most important person of all. That's right. He killed a great emperor in 3 strikes. They didn't even dare to dream of it. What was a great emperor? That was the strongest expert of an era. But now he had been easily killed by a boundary emperor. It really broke their common sense. When the news spread to the hidden emperor star, countless people went into an uproar. This was the real Higgin, the real trump card. Perhaps this was Lin Xian's greatest enemy. The members of the Divine Union also had solemn expressions. Even Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light when he heard this. Dao Qin? That was interesting. He knew it. The other world, Heavenly King, was so terrifying. How could it not have any top-notch geniuses? Wasn't it happening now? Older brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also worried. Even Lin Xian wouldn't be able to kill a great emperor with 3 strikes, right? Lin Xian said, "If it was in the past, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But now it might not be." In the past 3 years, he had refined the divine flame and the immortal chi seeds to the peak. His strength had become even stronger than before. If he went all out, he was confident that he could kill a great emperor in 3 moves. He was even confident that he could kill his enemy in 1 move. Of course, that would be his strongest move. Such a move could only be used once in a short period of time. However, if others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and scared silly. The news wasn't over yet. The Supreme Hall also reported a shocking battle record. Gue Qingye had killed a great emperor on the White Bone Star. When the news came out, the crowd went into an uproar again. Another genius who had killed a great emperor had appeared. Moreover, he was also one of the Tao verifiers, although the Supreme Hall had only sent out 3 people. One of them was Gue Qingye. He actually had the strength to kill a great emperor. It was incredible. Between him and Dao Chen, who was stronger? Could Lin Wudi defeat such an expert? There was a lot of discussion in the various realms. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian would win without a doubt. However, the situation had become confusing again. Not only that, but a few more people suddenly appeared. These people weren't originally part of the Tao verifiers team. However, in the past few days, they had suddenly appeared. One of them was Yi Wu Dao. After he came out, he defeated everyone. In the end, he met another Tao verifier from the other side. That person was called Lei. His Tao of lightning was extremely terrifying. He fought with Yi Wu Dao, but in the end he was defeated by Yi Wu Dao. Countless people were shocked. Yi Wu Dao also had such heaven-defying strength. This wasn't the end. Another person appeared. It was a woman. She defeated another Tao verifier from a clan of the ancients. Later, everyone learned that this woman's name was Zhong Linxiu. These 2 people were familiar with the martial artists on the hidden Emperor Star. Even Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. He was also very familiar with these 2 people. He didn't expect that these 2 people had finally reached this step. After hearing this news, the Qilin clan and the Kunping clan fell silent. The Qilin son gritted his teeth. "I also want to prove my Tao." The Kunping son was also prepared to give it a try, although they knew that their chances weren't high. However, as princes, they wouldn't back down. The Gu clan. Gu Santong was still cultivating. He was wearing the void battle robe and cultivating the void ancient star. At this moment, he had also reached an unfathomable level. When he heard that Lin Xian and the others had proven their Tao, he was also envious. Then he said, "Ancestor, I'm afraid I won't be able to prove my Tao this time. However, believe me, I will definitely become a great emperor in the future. Santong, cultivate well. Don't be impatient." The surrounding elders of the Gu clan all spoke up. They knew that Gu Santong had suffered a lot before and had fallen behind a lot. When he returned to his clan, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now that he had grown to this extent, they were already surprised. It seemed that although Gu Santong wasn't the first Tao verifier, it shouldn't be a problem for him to prove his Tao in the future. Indeed, now that the ninth underworld had opened, many people could go there to prove their Tao. However, the first Tao verifier in the starry sky had a special meaning. That was why Higgin was so crazy. The people of the various worlds continued to pay attention. 10 days later, they received new news. Yi Wudao had met another Tao verifier from a clan of the ancients. After a day of battle, he left in victory. Half a month later, Zhong Lingxiu encountered someone from the Supreme Palace. The two of them fought to a draw. Lin Xian didn't make a move immediately. Ordinary Tao verifiers were no match for him at all. It would be a waste of time for him to make a move. His targets were two people. One was Dao Qin of Higgin. The other was Gue Qinya of the Supreme Palace. Both of them had the strength to kill a great emperor. They were his true opponents. Dao Qin, Gue Qinya, do you dare to fight? I'll wait for you. Lin Xian's voice spread throughout the universe. I'll fight you. Immediately, some people were unconvinced. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other challengers had better come together. Don't waste my time. When the challengers heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, are you looking down on us? Come over when you have the strength. Lin Xian used the Nine Suns' divine fire to form an artificial sun that floated in the sky. As soon as this sun appeared, endless light swept in all directions. Many people's bodies melted when they got close. Damn it! Why do I feel like it's more terrifying than a real sun? How powerful is he? Those challengers couldn't even cross the sun, let alone challenge Lin Xian. However, before Lin Xian could wait for these two people, a great battle broke out in the starry sky. It was the battle between Yi Wudao and Dao Qin. Chapter 61:21. This battle erupted. It was extremely unexpected, no one expecting this. Dao Qin was an existence that could kill a great emperor. How could Yi Wudao encounter him? Let's go and take a look. This will definitely be a peerless battle. Yi Wudao was the Yi family's saint physique. Furthermore, his saint physique was comparable to a great emperor. The Yi family had produced a great emperor. It was said that the great emperor of the Yi family was extremely extraordinary and was called Celestial Emperor. Although he hadn't appeared, no one dared to look down on the Celestial Emperor scripture left behind by Celestial Emperor. There was also the Celestial Emperor cauldron, which was absolutely terrifying. It was unknown how far Celestial Emperor had cultivated. However, no one had seen this battle. By the time they found out, the battle had already ended. What was the result? Countless people asked. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were also nervous. The Yi family's people were even more solemn. Each of them had an incomparably cold expression. When Lin Xian heard the news, his heart thumped. It can't be right. He had a bad premonition. He hurriedly rushed out and found the Yi family's patriarch. How was Wudao? The patriarch shook his head. I don't know. Lin Xian was also stunned. You didn't send a Dao protector? That shouldn't be. Even if you didn't have a Dao protector, you should have seen the battle, right? However, the Yi family's people shook their heads. No, we didn't see it. In fact, this battle was because Wu Dao had suddenly changed his mind. Lin Xian frowned. In other words, it was hard to say whether Leaf Dao Denier would survive this battle. He hurriedly ordered the Divine Union's people to look for him. The others were also discussing. What was the battle situation? Was Yi Wudao defeated or dead? 2 days later, Yi Wudao returned. He was covered in blood and had 3 wounds on his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after they saw it. These 3 wounds had even broken the bones of the man. Yi Wudao had relied on his last bit of willpower to stay together. Otherwise, his body would have been torn apart. Wudao! The Yi family's elders hurriedly rushed over and took out all kinds of spirit pills and treasures. But Leaf Dao Denier said, "Don't move. Don't come near me." The eyes of the Yi family members were red. The elders were crying. "Wu Dao, why do you have to risk your life like this?" Leaf Dao Denier chuckled. "That's how martial artists should be. Zhantian, Dodi, shatter everything and press forward with indomitable will. Martial artists of our generation. Why should we fear a battle? It's just that my skills weren't as good as his and I lost." Lin Xian also walked over. He took a deep breath and took out a few storage rings. He said, "There are some treasures inside. Hurry up and recover. Don't hurt your foundation." Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm not dead yet. The only reason I haven't recovered yet is so you can watch." Lin Xian was stunned. Me. The others were also stunned. Leaf Dao Denier said, "Look carefully at these 3 sword marks." His saber technique was extremely terrifying. Previously, killing a great emperor with 3 slashes was my limit. Let's see what we can see from these sabers. It would be best to study his flaws. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He was extremely moved. Leaf Dao Denier's saber marks had been left for him to see. He clenched his fists. "I'll avenge you. I'll kill Dao Chen with my own hands." Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. He didn't waste any more time. He had to quickly study these 3 saber marks thoroughly. The Rinnegan in his eyes erupted. Lin Xian looked at them for a day before closing his eyes. The Yi family powerhouses hurriedly took Leaf Dao Denier back for treatment. The people of the Divine Union didn't dare disturb him. A few days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. "What terrifying saber technique," he said. "How does it compare to your sword technique?" Murong Qingqing and the others asked. In their opinion, it shouldn't be as good as Lin Xian's sword technique. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't compared it. But from the saber marks, it's actually not inferior to my sword technique." This was something that left him incomparably astonished. One had to know that Lin Xian's sword technique was terrifying. Furthermore, he had the great dragon sword, which had an indestructible power. However, this saber technique was actually on par with his sword technique. This was really surprising. What exactly was Dao Chen's background? At the same time, the news of Leaf Dao Denier's defeat spread. The entire world was in an uproar. Had he been defeated? They were extremely shocked. Some people said it's expected. Dao Chen is too terrifying. Others said, Leaf Dao Denier has been defeated, but he's still alive. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than a great emperor? Indeed, Dao Chen had previously killed a great emperor with 3 saber strikes. Now it was said that Leaf Dao Denier had survived 3 saber strikes. Leaf Dao Denier's future was limitless. Although he couldn't become a great emperor this time, there was still hope for him in the future. The Yi family's heaven and earth scripture was indeed magical. Many people exclaimed. At the same time, the people of the Prometheus sect frowned. Someone asked, Dao Chen, did you hold back? Why didn't you kill that kid? Yes, that kid is so close to the Divine Union. He's our enemy. Dao Chen shook his head. It's not that I don't want to kill him, but he's really strong. He cultivates the heaven and earth scripture. Moreover, he's cultivated it to a very high level. The heaven and earth scripture. The people of the Prometheus sect frowned. The Yi family's celestial emperor, thinking of this person, made them grit their teeth. This person had also been their enemy in the past. Moreover, the Yi family's celestial emperor was extremely powerful. He had cultivated 3 divine fires and was an earth immortal. In the battle back then, he was incomparably strong. However, it was said that he had mysteriously disappeared. Even now, a great emperor from millions of years ago had been resurrected. However, the Yi family's celestial emperor hadn't appeared. This was really surprising. Did he really die, or did he leave and go somewhere else to cultivate in silence? They didn't know. However, Dao Qin said, "According to my father, there's a possibility." The Yi family's celestial emperor had found the legendary 10th land. He had gone in and hadn't come out yet. Therefore, they had to be on guard against him. The 10th land. The people of the Prometheus sect were surprised. Even their Prometheus sect didn't have any clues. This celestial emperor, you was really lucky. Dao Qin shook his head. There's no need to talk about this anymore. Even if he cultivates the heaven and earth scripture, he's not my match. He's already lost to me. He's no longer a threat. I'm paying attention to 2 people. One is Gue Qinya. This guy is the disciple of the death god. He must have some trump cards in his hands. He's worth me taking seriously. The other person is that Lin Wudi. I'll personally behead him. I'll bring his head back to the Prometheus sect. Until now, Dao Chun was still as calm as ever. In his opinion, these 2 people could give him a little pressure. But that was it. They wouldn't be his match. He was the son of the Saber Immortal. The trump cards in his hands were definitely not what these people could imagine. As for Lin Xian's divine body and the power of the great dragon sword, so what? Back then, wasn't the great dragon sword broken by someone? Back then, their Prometheus sect's experts could do it. This time he could do it again. He wanted to personally shatter the great dragon sword spirit. Chapter 61:22. In the universe, news of battles between Dao verifiers broke out from time to time. Almost every few days, there would be news of a great battle. The result was either defeat or death. Up until now, almost half of the Dao verifiers had died in battle. The probability of this kind of death was really too high. One had to know that each of these Dao verifiers was an incredible genius. In other eras, they might have been able to successfully verify their Dao. Even if these people went to the 9 underworlds, they would have a high chance of becoming great emperors. However, these people had all chosen to verify their Dao in the universe to prove themselves. However, the price they had to pay was very high. Once they were defeated, they would either be seriously injured or killed. Furthermore, there was news that Zhong Lingxiu had encountered the utmost exalted hall's Dark Crow. The 2 fought for 10 days. Dark Crow was seriously injured and unconscious. Zhong Lingxiu was also seriously injured. Did she win? Legend had it that Zhong Lingxiu had a Xiantian constitution. She was born with the great Dao. She was indeed strong. I remember that Dark Crow was very terrifying. He had once defeated 2 Dao verifiers. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Zhong Lingxiu? I heard new news that Zhong Lingxiu was being hunted down by the Supreme Hall. The Supreme Hall was actually so despicable. Did they really think that there was no one behind Zhong Lingxiu? However, when they found out that the person being hunted down was another Dao verifier, Wan Yuying, they were all stunned. They were all stunned. Being hunted down by a Dao verifier? The Supreme Hall was really despicable. What was this? Were they bullying the hidden Emperor Star? When the news reached the hidden Emperor Star, the people there were also gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly, courting death. Those who had reached the Dao verifier were all existences that could sweep through all of their peers. Every one of them was incomparably arrogant and disdained to attack someone who was seriously injured. Previously, Zhong Lingxiu had fought a fair battle with others. If she won, she would have won. If they wanted to challenge her again, They would have to wait until Zhong Lingxiu recovered. However, someone was actually trying to kill her while she was seriously injured. Lin Xian couldn't tolerate this. Furthermore, Zhong Lingxiu was his friend. He immediately rushed out. The people of the Divine Union quickly captured the news and sent it to Lin Xian. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiu was covered in blood. Many of her bones were broken. Her internal organs were severely injured, almost to the point of damaging her foundation. Despicable, she shouted coldly. The person chasing after her was a cold man dressed in black. No matter what you say, the winner takes all. You will soon die, but I will be able to continue on the path of cultivation. I have to say, your born Taoism aptitude is really powerful. You actually managed to injure Anya to the brink of death. Don't worry, after killing you, I'll dig out your heart and see how magical the Xiantian heart is. It should be able to help me break through and become a Arch. Wan Yuying revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, no one will come to save you, because no one knows that we are here. Indeed, the people of the myriad worlds were incomparably furious. The hidden Emperor Star roared, "The Supreme Hall is despicable." Several Supremes walked out from the Supreme Hall and said, "Strength decides everything. We didn't send any Supreme Martial Artists to kill her. She's just a Tao verifier. If she couldn't beat him, it meant that she wasn't as good as him. Damn it." The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were so angry that they vomited blood. These people were really shameless. The people of the Supreme Hall sneered. According to the information they had obtained, this born Taoism aptitude was also related to the people of the deity realm. Once she grew and broke through and became a Arch, she would be a great threat to them. They had to take advantage of this time to kill her before she became a Arch. In the vast universe, in a certain star world, an extremely terrifying killing intent appeared on Wan Yuying's body. Then he raised his palm, and a terrifying law spread out in his palm. Zhong Lingxiu gritted her teeth. Damn it, am I going to die here? I really don't want to die like this. However, if the other party dared to underestimate her, he would probably regret it. As someone with a born Taoism aptitude, her desperate attack couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, an extremely terrifying hole appeared on her body. Her heart was beating fiercely. The surrounding power of the great Tao crazily poured in, and an extremely terrifying phantom appeared on her body. That violent power was not concealed at all. You want to die together? I won't give you a chance. Wan Yuying slapped out, wanting to stop the other party. Boom! At the same time, the sky broke open, and a golden palm pressed down, hitting his arm. He directly broke one of his arms. Wan Yuying screamed and flew out. On the other side, Zhong Lingxiu was also stunned. She realized that the Xiantian power in her body was also suppressed by a palm. At the same time, a voice rang out beside her. Don't do anything stupid. I'm here and you're safe. It was his voice. Zhong Lingxiu was stunned. The power of the great Tao in her body disappeared, and she was completely relieved. Has the other party found me? Who is it? How dare you ruin my plan? Wan Yuying gritted his teeth and roared. He looked up and saw a man burning with the fire of the sun standing there. The other party was like the sun war god, extremely dazzling. 9 young divine body, you're that Lin Wudi? That's right. Lin Xian snorted. Are you ready to die? You're really arrogant. Do you know who I am? How dare you say such things to me? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't need to know who you are. I don't need to know a despicable person. At the same time, the people of the God Realm Alliance also came. Murong Qingqing and Xue Qi quickly took Zhong Lingxiu away. They retreated into the distance. In front, Lin Xian and Wan Yuying were confronting each other. The killing intent on their bodies was constantly erupting. Wan Yuying snorted. You ruined my plan. Go to hell. He slapped out a palm directly toward Lin Xian. With a loud bang, the sky and earth shook. A terrifying black hole appeared where Lin Xian was. It was incomparably deep. Lin Xian on the other hand, walked out safe and sound. Damn, what a strong physique. Wan Yueying furrowed his brows tightly. Thousand Shadows technique. He shouted and his body shook. In an instant, thousands of shadows appeared in the heavenly palace. Each of them was incomparably real. These shadows attacked together, mixed with the power of tens of thousands of pounds, fiercely attacking. Go to hell. As soon as he attacked, Wan Yueying used his ultimate technique. He could defeat several experts of the same level with this ultimate technique. He even felt that with this technique, he could fight against the great emperors. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to tear apart the opponent's physique. As expected, Jiuyang's body was violently impacted. Tens of thousands of figures slammed into it, causing the flames on it to dim slightly. Lin Xian's blood boiled. This is not good. This person's bloodline is very strange. Zhong Lingxiu, who was behind him, said. However, Xueqi smiled. Don't worry. My husband's strength is far superior to his. There is no suspense in this battle. Boom! As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, Lin Xian took a step forward. Then, a sword aura appeared from his hand, a sword that split the sky. The biting cold sword light slashed out like a giant dragon. The void was torn apart, and the whole world was split in half. What kind of sword technique is this? Wan Yueying was dumbfounded. Chapter 61:23. Seeing Lin Xian's sword, Wan Yueying was dumbfounded. In his opinion, he should be able to restrain his opponent by using the 10,000 Shadows technique. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. This sword strike caused his hair to stand on end. What kind of sword technique was this? How could it be performed by a quasi-emperor? Even a martial monarch might not be able to execute such a powerful battle tactic. Could this be his opponent's true strength? Thinking of this, Wan Yueying was terrified. I haven't lost yet. I can't be afraid. He roared, phantom technique. There were thousands of shadows. His opponent might not know which one was the real one. Thinking of this, his real body hid in a corner while the other clones attacked quickly. Boom! Lin Xian's sword chi fell, making a rumbling sound. The sword split heaven and earth, and the endless starry sky was destroyed. Not only that, but a large number of clones were shattered, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. The 10,000 Shadows technique was broken. The spectators were shocked. Damn it, what a terrifying sword technique. In the corner, Wan Yueying also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was hit. Although it was not fatal, his face was extremely ugly. The 10,000 Shadows technique was his ultimate technique. Now that it was broken, how could he fight next? He was afraid that he was in trouble. Is this all you've got? After Lin Xian's sword, he glanced at Wan Yueying in the corner and sneered. With this little strength, you still want to chase after me? Are you tired of living? Take out your true ultimate technique. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell with this sword. As Lin Xian spoke, the sword chi in his hand appeared again. This sword had an indestructible power. It seemed to have turned into an azure dragon that danced between heaven and earth. Then, a dragon roar sounded and slashed forward. Boom! The sword chi was weak, and cracks had already appeared on Wan Yueying's body. One could imagine how terrifying this sword was. Damn it! Wan Yueying also roared. Shadow control technique. His palms kept forming seals, and the shadows on his body burst out. At the same time, Lin Xian's shadow seemed to shake. Great, kill them for me. Lin Xian's shadow stood up and rushed towards Lin Xian's arm. This was the shadow control technique, which allowed one to control the shadows of others. This sudden change, if it were any powerhouse, would be frightened and flustered. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. One of his hands pushed backward to block the shadow's attack, while the other hand swung down mercilessly with sword chi. Boom! Sword chi danced in the air, and killing intent filled the sky. After a single sword strike, A blood-curdling scream rang out as Wan Yueying was cleaved in half. He had actually dodged it. When Zhong Lingxiu saw this scene, she was incomparably shocked. She had personally experienced the terror of the 10,000 Yueying. But who would have thought that the other party would lose so miserably? Wan Yueying was indeed miserable. This sword slashed open his body and his soul. The fact that he didn't die immediately was enough to show how powerful his talent was. Even so, he was still trembling incomparably. He discovered that his body, which had been split open, was unable to heal. Was this the power of the great dragon sword? Damn it, just you wait. Wan Yueying did not dare to fight any more, and flew into the distance. In this exchange he was not a match. However, the Supreme Palace would not let this matter rest. They still had Gui Qinya, who was the true Dao verifier that the Supreme Palace had pushed out. Go back and ask Gui Qinya to kill the other party. You can't escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since the other party dared to chase after Zhong Lingxiu, he had no intention of letting him go back alive. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Wan Yueying fled. He turned into billions of shadows and flew in all directions. As long as one of them escaped, he would be able to live. Let's see how you can stop me. It's a small trick. It's easy to destroy you. Lin Xian stomped his foot. An invisible sword chi spread out in all directions with him as the center. Cosmos, sword formation. Heaven and earth were all swords. There was not much else in the universe, but starlight was the most abundant. These starlight turned into starlight swords one after another, slashing in all directions. Billions of shadows were all destroyed. How could Wan Yueying's final despairing voice rang out? Then his figure disappeared in the air. He was dead. Another Dao verifier had fallen, easily killed by Lin Xian. So powerful. Zhong Lingxiu was also very surprised. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "How strong are you now?" Lin Xian said, "I haven't tried. I don't know the limit. However, I will definitely succeed in this Dao verifier. I have this confidence." Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Next, he said, "Qing Qing, take them back and recover from your injuries. I will continue on my journey." He was not going to wait any longer. He wanted to take the initiative. News of this battle spread. Countless people were in an uproar. Another Dao verifier had fallen. It was too shocking. The Supreme Palace originally had 3 Dao verifiers. Now that Anya had been defeated by Zhong Lingxiu, he no longer had chance. Wan Yueying was also killed. Only Gui Qinya was left. Some people said that the Supreme Palace was probably done for. Not necessarily. Gui Qinya was very terrifying. He alone could catch up with countless Dao verifiers. However, how could he compare to Lin Xian? How could he compare to Dao Chen? All kinds of discussions were heard. On the other side, a man in white smiled. His name was Gu Han. He was also one of the Dao verifiers. At this moment, when he heard the news of Wan Yueying's death, he said, "Go, let our people take action. Just say that the Supreme Palace will definitely lose. Gui Qinya is no match for them at all." He also praised Lin Wuti. The people on the other side frowned when they heard this. Wasn't this boosting their morale? Gu Han sneered, "What do you know?" Gui Qinya was the disciple of the Grim Reaper. He had many trump cards in his hands. If he fought with Dao Qin in advance, the outcome would be hard to say. Even if Dao Qin won, he would probably be injured and consume a lot of energy. At that time, if Lin Wuti attacked, Dao Chan would probably be in trouble. So, they had to let Lin Wuti fight Gui Qinya first. No matter who won or lost, it would not affect Dao Chen at all. "Do we need to tell young Master Dao Chen?" someone asked. Gu Han snorted, "No, he will prove his Dao, and I will do mine." At that time, if Gui Qinya and Lin Xian are both injured, he won't bother to do it. "I will take this peach. Go, do it beautifully. Don't disappoint me." Yes, his subordinates quickly took action. Then, Gu Han waved his hand again. Another man walked over. Let the martial demon and Xing take action and defeat the other Dao verifiers. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry come. Understood. The middle-aged man opposite him nodded. He knew that they were going to clear the place. The final battle would probably come soon. After the other party left, Guhan narrowed his eyes. Although the other side wanted Dao Qin to be the first to prove his Dao in the starry sky. But that didn't mean that he didn't have a chance to make a contribution. If he could cut off Lin Wudi's head, that would be a great contribution. Maybe he would even have a chance to obtain the immortal art. At that time, he would go to the abyss to prove his Dao and become a great emperor. Then he would cultivate the immortal art. Let's see who is my opponent. Chapter 61-24. 2 pieces of news spread through the starry sky. The first piece of news was that the Supreme Temple had no one left. They would lose without a doubt. They would probably be wiped out. The other piece of news was that Lin Wudi was too strong. He suppressed the Supreme Temple so much that they couldn't raise their heads. They might even live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. These 2 pieces of news were actually targeted at the Supreme Temple. This news spread throughout the myriad worlds, and countless people were discussing it. This news viciously belittled the Supreme Hall and even Gui Qinya, to the point of being completely useless. One had to know that he was an existence that could kill a great emperor. However, he was extremely despised. Instead, Lin Xian was praised like a flower. Could it be that Lin Wudi was so powerful? Lin Wudi was above Gui Qinya? That was unlikely. Were the 2 of them going to fight? Countless people were excited. On the other side, Dao Qin also received the news. After Dao Qin heard this, he sneered, Guhan's boring tricks. No wonder he's not strong enough. He's actually scheming. The old man behind him was a great emperor, but he stood beside Dao Qin like a servant. He was speechless after hearing it. Guhan was weak? He wasn't weak. The other party had a great chance of proving his Dao. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a great emperor in the future. Moreover, the other party liked to scheme and would never let himself fall into danger. The great emperor was worried. He said, Will Guhan pick the peach? Don't worry, it's fine. Impossible. Dao Qin shook his head slightly. No matter how crafty he is, he's nothing in the face of absolute power. Don't worry about him. Since he's done it, let's wait and see. When the time comes, you can go and watch the battle between Lin Wudi and Gui Qinya. The winner will be my final opponent. Dao Qin closed his eyes again. Since this Dao affirmation, he had only made a move twice. The first time, he killed a great emperor. The other time, he defeated Yi Wu Dao. Next, he would defeat the strongest enemy and succeed in proving his Dao. He didn't want to waste too much time. The great emperor nodded. Okay. In his opinion, his young master's righteous path was absolutely foolproof. Whether it was Lin Wudi or Gui Qinya, there were no match for him. Gui Qinya was furious when he heard the news. The ravens said they're going too far. Was this news released by the Divine Union? If they want to die, I'll go and destroy them. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. I also want to see what this Lin Wudi is capable of. Gui Qinya was a man wearing black armor. His face was pale, as if he had not seen the sun for many years. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. 3 days later, I will fight him in the Red Lotus Star Ocean. The Dark Crow sent out the news. All the worlds in the universe were shocked. Countless people headed to the Red Lotus Star Ocean. The Red Lotus Star Ocean was one of the star regions in the starry sky of the universe. The sea here was red and was made up of countless stars. If one were to look at it from far away, it would look like a blooming red lotus. During these 3 days, countless experts activated their teleportation arrays. They would definitely not miss out on this battle. Was the battle about to begin? After the Hidden Emperor Stars people learned of this, they were also extremely excited. Let's go and take a look. The Great Emperor clans and the remote Antiquity clans also took action. The people of the Divine Union also headed over. Even Yi Wu Dao, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others went. Gu Santong, who had been cultivating in seclusion, also came out and followed the Gu clan leader. There was no other way. This battle was too important. Lin Xian's two strongest enemies were Dao Qin and Gui Qinya. If they won this battle, then the final battle would begin. Let's go too. The Kuanping clan's Kuanping Z stood up. The surrounding elders said, "Your Highness, your injuries won't last." The Kuanping Z said, "I won't die. I can't miss this battle." I think the Qilin Z must be thinking the same. The two of them had also participated in the battle of Dao verification. However, a few days ago, they had met an expert from the Permitha called the Martial Demon. He was extremely powerful and had easily defeated the two of them. Fortunately, they had followed their guardians when they had gone to the battle of Dao verification, so they had been able to return alive. Otherwise, the two emperors would have died long ago. 3 days passed very quickly. The red Lotus Star Ocean was already crowded with people. However, the universe was extremely vast, so it didn't seem crowded at all. This time, in addition to the people from the various worlds, those from the Deity land had also come. Some people from the Hadal Serenity had also come. Of course, not many people from the Hadal Serenity had come. It couldn't be helped. The Hadal Serenity was now a battlefield. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Those who could come here were those who felt that there was no hope of competing for the treasures. Instead of being killed in the Hadal Serenity, they might as well come and watch the show. Gui Qinya had arrived early. He stood in the red Lotus Star Ocean, exuding an extremely terrifying, murderous intent. Everyone was terrified. Even the great emperors were shocked. This young man was too incredible. The people from the Supreme Hall had also come. The Nether Venerable and the others stood there. Buzz. At this moment, they looked up at the sky. Were the people from the Permitha here? They saw an old man in the void riding an auspicious cloud. The immortal chi on his body flickered incomparably. "Greetings, fellow Taoists," the old man said with a smile. It turned out to be Great Emperor Bailey. The people from the Supreme Hall also greeted him. The Nether Venerable said coldly, "Those rumors were spread by the Permitha, right? What? Are you planning to kill with a borrowed knife?" Dao Qin also had times when he was afraid. Great Emperor Bailey laughed. This matter had nothing to do with young Master Dao Qin. You should worry about Gu Qinya first. Lin Wudi was not simple. He was the successor of the Great Dragon. So what? The people from the Supreme Hall snorted coldly. Qinya is the disciple of the Spectre God. His trump cards are not weaker than his. Besides, the Great Dragon's sword had already been broken back then. It was just a sword soul, and it was not at its peak. Obviously, the Supreme Hall was very confident. Great Emperor Bailey did not say anything. He stood there with his hands behind his back, silently watching the battle. More and more people came around. The people from the hidden Emperor planet had also come. The people from the Divine Union had also come. However, they did not see Lin Xian's figure. Countless people were discussing. The crow sneered. "Where is Lin Wudi? The time has come. Does he not dare to come? Such trash dares to prove his Tao." The powerhouses from the Supreme Hall sneered. Everyone was in an uproar. The people from the Divine Union frowned. Yi Wudao said, "Don't worry. Don't you know Brother Lin's strength? How could he be afraid?" Indeed, those who were familiar with Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. His Tao was to press forward courageously. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resounded between heaven and earth. Then a figure that looked like a sun god walked over from afar. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the crowd. Lin Xian looked at the crow and snorted again. His voice was like thunder. The crow looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was terrified. The people who had mocked him were directly torn into a bloody mist by this power. Chapter 61:25. Lin Wudi, how dare you sneak attack me? Dark Crow roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Were you challenging me just now? Why don't we have a fight first? I don't mind killing you in one move. Lin Xian's voice was extremely cold, which surprised countless people. He was too arrogant. He attacked Dark Crow as soon as he came up. However, the top powerhouses were astonished. The Emperor Lord, in particular, was frowning. Dark Crow was also a top powerhouse, and he was very strong among the Dao confirmations. But now he couldn't even stop Lin Xian's voice. How strong was this Lin Wuti? Gui Qinya also frowned. Dark Crow, stand down. Let me fight today. Dark Crow snorted and retreated. To be honest, even if Gui Qinya didn't say anything, he didn't plan to fight. He couldn't help it. The voice just now really scared him. This Lin Wuti was really a little scary. Gui Qinya had met his match. However, he still believed in Gui Qinya. You're Lin Wuti? You're really strong. Gui Qinya's eyes fell on Lin Xian. There seemed to be black flames dancing in his eyes. It was breathtaking. You're not good. Let's fight. Don't waste my time. Lin Xian said coldly. Countless people were in an uproar. Not good? This guy looked down on Gui Qinya. The Supremes of the Supremes of the Supreme Hall also furrowed their brows. The Nether Venerable snorted. He's as arrogant as ever. Another Supreme said, just wait. He'll kneel on the ground and beg for mercy later. Qinya, don't hold back. Kill him and let him know the power of the Supreme Palace. Gui Qinya snorted. Let me see what right you have to call yourself invincible. After saying that, he threw out a punch. His palm was abnormally white like white jade. However, there were black flames dancing on it. These were ghost flames, formed by the corpses of countless powerhouses after they died. They had a cold aura. A light touch could take away a person's life. Lin Xian struck out with 9 yang divine palm. The incomparably vast palm contained the power of the purest yang. It was as if the sun and the moon were clashing with one another. The entire sky cracked open in an instant. How terrifying! Retreat! The red lotus starry sea surged with thousands of waves, while the others retreated in horror. Was this the highest level battle of Dao corroboration? It was too unbelievable. Lin Wuti was extremely powerful, and Gui Qinya had once killed a great emperor. When the two of them exchanged blows, it would definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Kuan-Ping Zi, Qilin Zi, and the others turned pale. They were unable to dodge such an attack. Even Zhong Lingxiu heaved a sigh. The gap between them was really huge. Off to the side, Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. He couldn't tell. The strength of these two people was about the same. Only the top experts would be able to see it clearly. As for those people, they couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only see two figures colliding with each other like lightning. Each time, it tore open the sea of stars and created an endless black hole. Kill! Gui Qinya roared angrily. He formed a strange seal with his palms and descended from the sky. Thousands of ghosts roared, making people's souls tremble. On the other side, Lin Xian threw out the 9 suns' divine fist. 9 suns surrounded his fist, illuminating the entire red lotus starry sea. After one blow, the two figures quickly retreated. They stood on the sea of stars and confronted each other. Terrifying cracks appeared all around them. So exciting, so dazzling. Countless people exclaimed. It was really sad to be born in the same era as such a genius, because the light of the other geniuses had been taken away. Lin Xian, you're just SOO. You're not invincible among your peers. Gui Qinya's cold voice sounded. Today, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. The reputation you made before is just a wedding dress for me. Everything that you have is mine. Lin Xian laughed. You? What a big talk. Just now was just a warm-up. Next, I'll show my true strength. I hope you can still laugh. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the Qingquan sword technique flew out. The sea of stars around him shook rapidly. Countless starry ocean, swords flew out and slashed toward Gue Chinya. These attacks were so sudden that Gue Chinya didn't have time to react. However, he was a top expert after all. He had killed a great emperor as a quasi-emperor. At the critical moment, he roared, "1,000 ghost armor." Boom! Endless bad luck appeared on his body, forming an armor that was incomparably black. The ghost heads on it roared and blocked the starlight in the sky. Not only that, these ghost heads even swallowed the sword chi. Lin Xian, it's useless, no matter how strong your sword technique is. So what? I'm not afraid of you at all. Gue Chinya's body swayed, turned into a cloud of black smoke, and flew over. At the same time, 2 ghost heads appeared in his hands and bit at Lin Xian. Many people gasped. Previously, these ghost heads had bitten off a great emperor's bone. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Smack! Lin Xian took a step forward, his aura devouring mountains and rivers, and slapped out with his palm. He slapped on one of the ghost heads. The ghost head was directly smacked out of shape. At the same time, his right Rinnegan released the fire of reincarnation and hit the other ghost head. That ghost head screamed and emitted black smoke. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying technique was broken. Lin Xian was so powerful. Everyone was shocked. The people in the deity ground also gasped. Who would be able to suppress him? Those from the Supreme Hall looked gloomy. However, they weren't worried. Gue Chinya's strength was not limited to this. Sure enough, after the 2 ghost heads were broken, Gue Chinya didn't have much of a reaction. He formed a seal with one hand, and 5 silver rays of light appeared beside him and flew forward in an instant. The soul-seizing needles. The 5 silver needles arrived in front of Lin Xian and pierced into Lin Xian's glabella and limbs. In the next moment, Lin Xian froze in midair as if he had been frozen in place. Boom! Gue Chinya slapped Lin Xian with his palm and sent Lin Xian flying. The sea of stars rolled, and Lin Xian fell into the sea. What's going on? Why did Lin Xian stop? Oh no, a small mistake in a battle between masters could lead to defeat. Countless people cried out in alarm. The people from the hidden emperor planet were also shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others frowned. Could it be related to those silver needles? Xue Qi had become a great emperor. Her soul was stronger than Qingqing and Yen Ruyu's. So she said, "Yes, those 5 silver needles seem to have frozen my husband's soul." The situation was not good. Many people were worried. On the other side, Anya sneered when he saw this. The soul-seizing needles had appeared. Lin Xian, just wait for your death. After Gue Chinya succeeded, he didn't hesitate at all and continued to attack. He tore apart the sea of stars in the sky. His terrifying palm fell mercilessly. Thousands of ghosts roared. Countless ghosts rushed into the sea of stars, trying to devour Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Gue Chinya's pupils shrank. He quickly dodged. However, it was too late. The void behind him cracked, and a big golden foot appeared. Then he stepped on his back fiercely. Chapter 61:26. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Everyone gasped. This sound was clearly transmitted to their ears. One could imagine how heavy this kick was. Gue Chinya's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground. However, he quickly tapped his foot on the ground and quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Lin Xian. Then 5 ghost heads appeared on his body and began to devour the power of the sea of stars. They healed the crack on his back. The broken bones quickly healed. His face turned pale, as if he had become even paler. You can break the soul-seizing needle in such a short time. This is really beyond my expectations. Indeed, he had been careless. In his opinion, after being hit by his soul-seizing needle, the other party couldn't move at all. But who would have thought that the other party would dodge in an instant and injure him instead? Lin Xian snorted coldly. You underestimate the nine-yang divine body. It's not so easy to break the nine-yang divine body. His soul was indeed restricted just now, but it was broken in an instant. The nine-yang divine body directly shattered the soul-seizing needle. I see. I underestimated you. Gue Chinya's expression became serious. It seemed that he had to show some of his true abilities. After that, he waved his hand. Come out, thousand soul tower. The void cracked, and the sea of stars tumbled. A large crack appeared. In the crack, a pitch-black pagoda crossed the realm. The yin-chi on it was extremely terrifying, making everyone's hair stand on end. What is this? Countless people exclaimed. The crow was shocked. This is the thousand-soul tower. Has it reached this point? It seemed that Gue Chinya didn't intend to hold back. This Lin Wudi was really terrifying. To be honest, the other party could dodge the soul-seizing needle, which was also beyond his expectations. However, in his opinion, once the thousand-soul tower appeared, it should be over. After the black pagoda came out, it floated in front of Gue Chinya. Countless angry roars could be heard from above. Gue Chinya said, "Open." With a wave of his hand, he opened the thousand-soul tower. Then the ghosts rushed out. These souls were the souls of the strong. After death, they continued to cultivate. At this moment, he had become incomparably powerful. As soon as they appeared, they swept through the surroundings. The entire sky instantly darkened. Gue Chinya said, Lin Xian, I know you have Rinnegan. So, I want to see how far you have cultivated your Rinnegan. How far have you reached? Is it possible to reincarnate my 1,000 fighting souls? With that, he waved his hand, and the thousands of fighting souls in the Thousand Souls Pagoda flew out. Each and every one of them looked down on the world and possessed unparalleled power. Once over 1,000 fighting souls appeared, it was an extremely terrifying force. Just that voice alone was enough to make one's soul tremble and feel like it was about to split open. The spectating martial monarchs worked together to form a defensive barrier that enveloped the others, isolating them from the force. Otherwise, this sound alone would be enough to kill the spectators. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the red lotus star sea and bore the brunt of it. His face darkened. 6 paths of reincarnation. With a low shout, the Rinnegan bloomed with brilliance, and the phantoms of 6 worlds surrounded him. He was like the god of 6 paths. At the same time, he stepped in the air and said loudly, Since you are already dead, you should not exist in this world. Go to reincarnation. Buzz. As soon as his voice fell, the 6 paths world rapidly expanded and enveloped the world. Then the 2 forces collided. The fighting souls attacked wildly, trying to tear the 6 paths world apart. The 6 paths world kept crushing the fighting souls, trying to reincarnate them. Both of them had peerless divine abilities. Who was the stronger one? The intense battle caused Lin Xian's forehead to drip with sweat. Gue Chinya's face became paler. He clenched his fists tightly. To be honest, such a battle consumed a lot of energy because the Thousand Souls Pagoda was an ultimate technique. Lin Xian's Rinnegan was the same. Although the power of reincarnation was terrifying, he could not consume too much energy. However, these 1,000 fighting souls had been tempered for thousands of years. They were even more ancient. Therefore, he could not hold back anymore. He snorted and summoned the phantom of the reincarnation sword. The 6 paths world released a terrifying power. Then, heaven and earth were split open. The phantom of the reincarnation sword slashed down. In an instant, it enveloped the 1,000 fighting souls. As soon as it landed, the fighting souls in front of it screamed. Their bodies were torn apart by the sword chi. They screamed in agony. The phantom of the reincarnation sword appeared. Countless people exclaimed. The great emperors were envious. The reincarnation sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. Although it was only an illusion, the power it possessed was still capable of shaking heaven and earth. Gue Chinya would not be able to block it. Zhong Lingxiu said, "That's great. Lin Xian, you can do it." Gu Santong also cheered him on. Great Emperor Bailey narrowed his eyes when he saw this. The reincarnation sword? This kid is really lucky. He even has the power of the reincarnation sword. But so what? Neither the great dragon sword nor the reincarnation sword were complete. Dao Qin was the son of the sword immortal. He cultivated an extremely terrifying and peerless sword technique. He was definitely not weaker than the opponent. In fact, he was even stronger. Thinking of this, Great Emperor Bailey was relieved. Soon he snorted coldly. Moreover, this time, Lin Wuti would not be able to leave. No matter if he won or lost, he would definitely die. The phantom of the reincarnation sword kept falling. The seed of divine flame on Lin Xian's body spun rapidly. The 1,000 fighting souls in front of him were extremely miserable. They were about to be turned into ashes. Gue Chinya's face turned ugly. The reincarnation sword. But so what? Life and death were in his hands. All ghosts would submit to him. In Gue Chinya's hand was a piece of black paper. It seemed to be made of some kind of metal. It was very mysterious. As soon as he took it out, the 1,000 fighting souls that were about to be turned into ashes suddenly received the support of power. They actually reappeared between heaven and earth. The 1,000 fighting souls roared together. They resisted the phantom of the reincarnation, soared together. How could this be? The old phoenix exclaimed. The patriarch of the Yi clan also gasped. He actually blocked it. This was the power of the reincarnation sword. Murong Qingqing frowned. There was something wrong with that piece of paper. Even this thing was taken out. Great Emperor Bailey's eyelids also twitched wildly. The Supreme Palace was really ruthless. Fortunately, he let Lin Wuti fight with them in advance. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to let Dao Chun fight with Gue Qinya directly. Great, it appeared. The Supreme Masters of the Supreme Palace laughed. Once the Book of Life and Death was out, who could stop it? Life and death were in their hands. Lin Xian also frowned. You also have the Book of Life and Death? Kid, you're quite knowledgeable. You even know about the Book of Life and Death. That's right. Now the Book of Life and Death is under my control. No matter how strong your reincarnation sword is, it's just a phantom. How can it compete with the Book of Life and Death? Today, I will kill you with my own hands. Then, I will capture your soul and refine it into a ghost king. I will make you submit to me forever. Chapter 61:27. Gue Qinya, who had taken out the Book of Life and Death, was extremely powerful. He controlled thousands of fighting souls and moved quickly. These thousands of fighting souls seemed to have merged into one. They were extremely powerful. Even the phantom image of the Samsara sword started to sway. Lin Xian, you can't do it. I'm the strongest. The divine fire seed on Gue Chinya's body jumped, showing signs of a breakthrough. The people from the Paragon Hall were overjoyed when they saw this. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were nervous. Damn, Gue Chinya. Is he going to break through? Don't worry, it's not that simple. Xue Qi said. She was very clear about Lin Xian's strength. The people of the other monarch races also said, the power of the Samsara sword is not enough. However, Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul. He hadn't used the power of the dragon sword yet. Yes, it wasn't the last moment yet. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian was going to use the power of the great dragon sword. However, they guessed wrong. Lin Xian smiled. The Book of Life and Death? Humph! Do you think you can resist my Samsara sword with the Book of Life and Death? You're too naive. After saying that, Lin Xian also took out a fragment of the Samsara sword. As soon as this fragment appeared, it merged with the phantom of the Samsara sword. With a roar, the Samsara sword shone brightly, as if it had turned into a peerless divine sword and fell down fiercely. The thousands of fighting souls were immediately cut in half. Otherwise, the sword would have hit the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death shook violently. Gue Chinya felt as if he had been struck by lightning. 3 cracks appeared on one of his arms, and he almost lost his grip on the Book of Life and Death. How is this possible? He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The phantom of the Samsara sword had been restrained by him. How could it become so powerful in an instant? The faces of the Supremes of the Supreme Palace also changed drastically. Damn it, what is that? They all stared at the front. The Bailey Emperor also gasped. Could it be that the fragment is the Samsara sword Tao? He has collected the fragments of the Samsara sword. This guy actually had such a trump card. Hearing this, the others were all shocked. A fragment of the Samsara sword. No wonder. It was no wonder that the reincarnation sword's prowess increased exponentially the moment it was taken out. It was actually a fragment of the Samsara sword. Gue Chinya was also gnashing his teeth. His broken arm quickly recovered. He snorted and said, "It's just a fragment. What's there to be arrogant about?" On the other side, Lin Xian walked over with his sword in hand. He also said, "You're just a page of the Book of Life and Death, not everything. Therefore, using the shard against you is enough." Next, he continued to swing the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword shards and the reincarnation sword's shadows kept falling. Gue Chinya activated the Book of Life and Death to block the attack. The two of them clashed again, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! The Samsara sword slashed out. This time, it hit Gue Chinya's left arm. Gue Chinya didn't have time to dodge. His left arm instantly drooped down. There were no cracks on it, but it could no longer be used because the sword had severed the soul of the left arm. Damn it! Gue Chinya roared and attacked crazily. The Book of Life and Death turned into a ray of black light. He engraved Lin Xian's name on it. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He felt the blood in his body weaken a lot, as if his life was draining away. There were white hairs on his head. It was terrifying. Everyone was terrified. The Samsara sword could sever the soul, and the Book of Life and Death could seize life and death. Both of them were extremely terrifying things. He wondered who was stronger between the two of them. The spectators were dumbfounded. They were extremely excited. Such a battle was rare even in 10,000 years. After a few moves, both of them were injured. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. Gue Chinya's face was a little ugly. To be honest, if it were another great emperor, they would have died long ago. Indeed, he had killed a great emperor with the power of the Book of Life and Death. But now he couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Instead, he was injured more and more. Once his soul was severed by the Samsara sword, it would be very difficult for it to heal again. I don't believe that your blood and life are limitless. Gue Chinya gritted his teeth. He wanted to turn Lin Xian into a skeleton even if his soul was injured. Kill! With a roar, he controlled the Book of Life and Death with one hand. On the other hand, Gue Chinya activated the 1,000-soul pagoda again. The 1,000-soul pagoda opened and released 1,000 war souls. Although they were killed, the 1,000-soul pagoda was still a treasure. The 1,000-soul pagoda flew back and landed on top of his head. It lowered its aura to block the power of the Samsara sword. At the same time, the myriad ghost armor appeared on his body. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill everyone this time. The Samsara sword struck the 1,000-soul pagoda. The 1,000-soul pagoda shook and blocked a lot of the power of the Samsara sword. Great, it's working. Lin Wudi, go to hell. Gue Chinya quickly attacked. Lin Xian snorted. Heaven-defying sword technique. Then, sword chi gathered in his left hand again. In addition to the Samsara sword, he used other sword techniques. Boom! This attack caused the 1,000 souls pagoda to tremble. Damn it! Gue Chinya's face turned ugly. He had to end this quickly because Lin Xian hadn't used the power of the dragon's sword soul yet. He quickly rushed over and wanted to stick the page of the Book of Life and Death on Lin Xian. Once it stuck, Lin Xian would die. Even a great emperor couldn't escape. Looking at Gui Qinya rushing over, Lin Xian sneered. You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. Myriad sword convergence. Suddenly, thousands of sword chi appeared on his body and slashed in all directions with him as the center. Gui Qinya activated the myriad ghost armor to block it. He was very confident in his armor. Countless ghost heads began to bite the sword chi. However, this time, Lin Xian used the power of the dragon sword soul. The sword chi became even sharper and more indestructible. It pierced through all the ghosts. Kata snorted. Cracks appeared on the myriad ghost armor. Ah! Gui Qinya let out a miserable cry and quickly hid in the thousand-soul pagoda. However, the power of the dragon sword soul was too terrifying. However, the myriad ghost armor and the thousand-soul pagoda should be enough. If he couldn't block it, he could die. It seemed that Gui Qinya was going all out. Seeing this from afar, Anya's heart was in his mouth. This time, Lin Wudi couldn't block it, just as Zhang Xian had expected. The sword chi of the myriad swords convergence struck the thousand-soul pagoda. However, it didn't hurt Gui Qinya. Gui Qinya heaved a sigh of relief. Next, he would fight the samsara sword with all his strength. First, he would knock away the samsara sword, then use the Book of Life and Death to take his life. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His entire being seemed to have turned into a human-shaped divine dragon. He instantly tore open the void and charged forward. In an instant, he entered the thousand-soul pagoda. Damn it, how did you do it? Gui Qinya was going crazy. The thousand-soul pagoda was his weapon. Without his permission, who could enter? Even the great emperors couldn't enter. But this guy entered in an instant. Lin Xian smiled. My power is invincible. Where can I not go? It's just the thousand-soul pagoda. I want to see how you can withstand my sword chi. Chapter 61:28. Boom! After entering the thousand-soul tower, Lin Xian continued to attack. The heaven-defying sword technique flew out and turned into 4 divine beasts, rushing forward. Gui Qinya resisted with all his might. However, he couldn't resist the sword energy with the 10,000 ghost armor alone. Therefore, he was sent flying in an instant. With a cracking sound, the bones in his body caved in deeply. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his internal organs were severely injured. Damn it, he miscalculated. Gui Qinya went crazy. Now that he was in the thousand-soul tower, he couldn't escape at all. As long as Lin Xian filled the entire thousand-soul tower with sword energy, he wouldn't be able to dodge. No, he had to get out quickly. Gui Qinya had a headache. He really didn't expect that the other party was so powerful. He ran as fast as he could towards the outside. The people watching the battle outside were also stunned. Where did Lin Xian go? Even the people from the Supreme Hall were stunned. The Bailey Emperor said, that kid seems to have entered the thousand-soul tower. That's impossible. The Dark Crow roared. The Tower of 1,000 Souls is still an extreme grade weapon, isn't it? How could it let an outsider go in so easily? However, those utmost exalted were frowning deeply. Look, the terrifying sword energy coming from the 1,000-soul tower. Perhaps that was the case. Not long after, a figure flew out of the 1,000-soul tower in a sorry state. Who was it? They looked carefully and then sucked in a breath of cold air. It was Gui Qinya. Gui Qinya was extremely miserable. His body was stained with blood, and white bones could be seen in many places. Otherwise, one of his arms would have disappeared without a trace. Seeing this miserable state, everyone gasped. It hurt to look at him like this. Ah! Gui Qinya roared to the sky as if he had gone crazy. The surrounding spectators all cried out in alarm and retreated. Some young people couldn't retreat in time and were pierced by the blood on Gue Chinya's body. In an instant, they turned into ashes. The others felt their hair stand on end. Was the blood on this guy so terrifying? No matter how much you shout, it's useless. Your strength is only SO. You're not my match. Lin Xian walked out of the 1,000-soul tower, his body filled with sword energy. Even though he was injured, he was still in a much better condition than Gue Chinya. Not only that, but the divine flame seed on his body was also pulsating nonstop. From the looks of it, there were signs of a breakthrough. Damn it, suppress it. Gue Chinya roared. The 1,000 Souls pagoda continued to grow in size until it was the size of an ancient mountain that came crashing down from the sky. Immortal technique, 5 elements sword. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left hand. He raised his hand and 5 streams of sword qi transformed into a 5 elements diagram, instantly blocking the 1,000 Souls pagoda. Boom! The 1,000 Souls pagoda was sent flying and landed in the red lotus star sea. Everyone was stunned, not because of Lin Xian's power, but because of the celestial technique. Why does this guy have immortal qi on him? Even Gue Chinya was dumbfounded. Previously, he could clearly sense that the power in his opponent's body was the power of the seed of divine fire. The other party was the same as him, walking the divine path. Yet now, his opponent had unleashed an immortal technique. This was the power of his immortal qi seed. The other party had actually also cultivated the immortal Tao. What nonsense! Seeing this, the Bailey Emperor snorted coldly. Everyone's energy was limited. They couldn't even reach a high level in a single Tao, let alone cultivate both the divine and immortal Taos together. And this kid still wasn't willing to give up on one of them. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to break through both Taos at the same time? What a joke! No one had ever succeeded in doing so. The people from the Supreme Hall furrowed their brows tightly. This guy was a madman. On the other side, there were a few figures standing in the endless void. They were the Iron Blood Emperor, the Empress, and others from the realm of the gods. How could they not come to such a shocking battle between Lin Xian and Gue Chinya? They had to be on guard against those old monsters from the other world, Heavenly Palace, and the Supreme Palace. However, they didn't show themselves. Instead, they watched the battle in the dark. The Iron Blood Emperor said, "Kid, you still have to take this step." The Empress said he might have a chance. After all, the black-yellow pagoda and the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, appeared together. This is his best chance. Perhaps he really could succeed. Although she said that, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. Below, in the red lotus heart sea, Gue Chinya was also dumbfounded. It took him a long time to react. He exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Are you trying to become an immortal? Are you kidding me?" Lin Xian said, "You can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't. I want to become an immortal." Now, there was no need to hide anything. After defeating his opponent and Dao Qin, Lin Xian would reach the realm of the gods. At that time, his divine fire and immortal qi would reach the realm of the gods. Everyone could see him. There was no need to hide anything. Stupid. No one had ever succeeded. There were a few crazy people in ancient times, but they all died without exception. And they died so miserably that they didn't even have the chance to be resurrected, let alone be reborn. Even if there were earth immortals in the realm of the gods, if you really took this step, your soul would be destroyed. Rebirth? I will succeed this time. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He knew that after a great emperor died, he didn't necessarily die. He had some heaven-defying methods. For example, didn't his father come back to life? And that demon emperor could come back to life after death. There must be someone on the Nirvana realm who used this method. But Lin Xian really didn't plan to use this method. If he didn't succeed this time, he would die. Ha 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 ha. Lin Moody, you are really an idiot. Gue Chinya seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Do you think you can surpass the ancients? So many powerful people in ancient times failed. How can you succeed? How can I fight a lunatic like you? I don't even need to do anything. You will die if you reach the realm of the gods. Not going to fight. You don't dare to fight, do you? In this starry sky, only one person can reach the realm of the gods in an era. Since you don't dare, kneel down obediently and be my stepping stone. Lin Xian's voice was getting louder and louder. His aura was constantly erupting. He used a divine skill in his right hand and an immortal technique in his left. He slashed forward with both swords. You are courting death. Did he really look down on him? Gui Qinya was also angry. He was also a peerless genius. If it weren't for this special realm of the gods, he would have been a great emperor. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, he also roared angrily and charged out again. But after dozens of moves, he was beaten back again. 2 sword marks appeared on his body. One hurt his soul, and the other hurt his meridians. He was covered in blood. Half of his body couldn't move. Moreover, the power of the reincarnation sword and the great dragon sword made his recovery very slow. It was probably impossible for him to return to his peak state in an instant. Damn it. He hurriedly took out some treasures and swallowed them. He swallowed a few black pills. He also crazily absorbed the power of all the realms. But how could Lin Xian give him a chance? Before the other party could recover, he slashed out with 2 more swords. This time, Gui Qinya's body was completely smashed into pieces. His qi and blood fell to the freezing point in an instant. Oh no! The faces of the people from the Supreme Hall changed drastically. He lost. This time, Gui Qinya was really defeated. Hurry up and attack. In an instant, several 9 heavens Supremes rushed over.